dream of an absolution. 'Cause every night I will make it right, and every night I will come to you. And every night it just stays the same in my dream of an absolution. And you'll see what will be, what will be. And you'll see all you can, all you can. Every night, and every night, I will dream, and you'll see. This is my dream. Every night, I'll always dream. Come let the fuse, he's a rocket and he's ready to go. 'Cause now the countdown started and he's ready to blow. He's got the dope sounds bumping in his stereo. Kicking ass fast, put it on a show. Come on and get yourself together, there's no time to rest. And if you put the time in, he'll put you to the test. He's like a running man in his world, more is less. And if you wanna test him best, bring your best. You can't stop now, lock and load. Don't stop now, come on and rock and roll. In this world, gotta make your own way. One is all in this world. Life is just a game you play. Never fear no flow. When you leave without a net, you'll find it won't be there all the time. So watch your step now, watch your step go flow.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I just rolled out of bed. Still trying to commit to starting a stream a bit earlier, so we'll see how all of that goes. But how's everyone doing so far? I see Silly Rabbit, the Boss, Raw Green, Afro Ninja King, Bio Q, Tot, Gumba, and Spot Before. Hopefully, you guys are doing all right. I'm just double checking that I've got everything I need. I also see 200 in the YouTube chat as well. And it looks like we're okay. But yeah, I started doing the outline last night. As you can see, I finished up the pose and everything. I guess there wasn't that much to finish up, though, from last night. Really, all it was the swimsuit, cleaning up the tail. I guess adding colors that are a little bit more like what we're going for. I can maybe turn that back up if you guys want to see. Here, this will be at 100% opacity. And then finishing up the arms, right? I think those were the biggest things. And as far as like, oh, why is Holo in a swimsuit? I like streaming on Twitch. I think it's a good time. Would rather continue doing that if I can. Plus, I think it's cool to show like characters from more medieval settings in modern clothing. Like all those pictures you see of like Genshin Impact characters or Mushoku Tensei characters in like modern outfits. I really like those. Early stream, nice. Yeah, I'm trying to grind streams a bit earlier in the day. We'll see how it goes. At least committing to like 4.5 hour streams bare minimum. I don't know if that'll be what is the word? I don't know if it'll be as effective as I'm hoping, but I would really like if it were. It'd be nice. I was talking about the idea behind it yesterday, where the idea is, from what I was reading on Twitter, again, the most credible source for information on the internet, we all know this, but there was like a VTuber who said that she had talked to like higher ups at Twitch that kind of know how the algorithm works and gave a bunch of tips that help. And the one tip that really stood out to me is something I really didn't know. Well, there were two of them. But the biggest one for me was that apparently Twitch, according to this person, will push your discoverability past the 4-hour point. You know, so you're more likely to appear on people's front pages past 4 hours, and then every 2 hours after that, it'll keep bumping you, which I think is interesting. And one of the reasons I believe it so much is because back when I had like my biggest period of growth as a channel, I was doing 5-hour streams as like your average, like 4 to 5 hour streams is average. So it kind of does line up. I mean, it also lines up with when the Twitch category for art also, you know, got bigger and bigger. So kind of makes sense in that regard as well. There are a lot of things that are different from, you know, that period of time, but I figured it's worth a go. Why not? And then past that, the other thing I didn't know was collabs helping. I mean, it makes sense, obviously, but the idea that Twitch recognizes when you're collabing with somebody else. So even just putting, like, if I'm drawing, like, a VTuber, for example, putting that VTuber's name in my title actually makes a pretty big difference. In that Twitch will find people that view that channel if I, like, at that person very specifically in the title. And they're like, hey, like, let's say I'm drawing Snuffy, for example. If I were to, like, put at Snuffy on my whatchamacallit, Twitch title, allegedly that changes things, and I would start getting recommended to Snuffy viewers. So that's really interesting. Like, that's not something I would have expected Twitch to care to do, but it makes sense why they would do it. Like, from their perspective, they just want, you know, like, let's take this exact same example, right? Like, let's say you are a Snuffy viewer, right? And she's not online at the moment, but then you go onto Twitch anyway and you're looking for a stream to check out. I guess it would make sense that if somebody put Snuffy in the title of their stream, you're more likely to check it out. Because who knows, maybe she's collabed with that person, she's offline, or in the case of like an art stream, like they're drawing Snuffy. You know what I mean? So I guess it does make sense, because then that'll keep the person, you know, potentially they check out the stream, potentially they like it, and they're on Twitch longer, so Twitch benefits, right? So from the angle of like Twitch benefiting by putting in the extra work, it does make sense. How are you feeling? Dude, I'm so tired. Holy shit. I'm so tired. So, I was told, last time I did my laundry, that I can't run the laundry before 8? Or no, before 9 p.m. With the problem being that, I mean, I'm streaming during, you know, that time, 9 p.m. So I can't really do my laundry in that time unless I, like, get up and do it during the stream. So basically I had to wait until morning to do my laundry, and then I had to wait for my sister to wake up because I didn't want to blast the laundry, like, when she's sleeping in the room adjacent, right? So, and there's no wall connecting these rooms, right? So she would easily hear it. So I waited until she was awake at, like, 7 to do my laundry, which took about 2.5 hours. So I was awake really, really late in the day. And then at that point I was just like, I might as well clean around. Cleaned up a lot of the cardboard boxes in my room, folded my clothes. Swept the floors, mopped the floors. I basically did everything you would need to do to clean the room. And it was kind of nice. I walked in and it just smelled so fresh. Not that it didn't smell, like, good before. I mean, I don't know how it smelled before, to be fair. I'm used to smelling the room. But it's just different to walk into the room and smell like, that's the smell of fresh laundry, you know what I mean? It's a very different experience. Let's see, how tight can you draw clothes? I mean, pretty tight, I guess. Unless, is that a question as to how I draw tight clothes, or is it just, or is it like, how could I draw such tight clothing, or how tight? Because I'm just interpreting that as, you know, can I draw them even tighter? It's like, I mean, I guess. I would just make the skin dentation a little bit more wild, you know? And that way it would kind of give the appearance of being, what is the word? Tighter? Holo like app, something we all needed. It's been a bit since I've drawn Holo. And given that she's one of my favorite anime waifus of all time, I mean, and, you know, she's getting a remake of her anime as of this season, yeah, I figured it's about time I draw her again. Why not? Laundry stream? I think I did actually do a laundry stream before. I remember I stopped the stream, like, partway through because I remembered I put my clothes in the wash. So I had to transfer those to the dryer partway through the stream, then take them back to my room after that, I think. There's something to that effect. Yeah, the worst thing about doing clothing, or what is it, doing laundry, is the washer just lies to you. Does anyone else have this problem? Like, it's a really, really strange problem. But whenever I put clothes in the washer or the dryer, it'll say 45 minutes. It doesn't mean 45 minutes, though. It doesn't mean 45 minutes at all. It's just like, yeah, come back in 45 minutes. So I'm like, okay, I set a timer. Timer goes off. Oh, let me check. 25 more minutes. It's like, are you kidding? Are you fucking kidding? Strike seems a lot more modest, not complaining, though. Modest as far as, like, what's being covered, or... Speaking of Holo, I watched the first episode of the new Spice Wolf, and I see the vision now. Dude, Spice Wolf is sick. I can't remember, did you watch the original Spice and Wolf? Were you an original Spice and Wolf fan as well? This drawing seems a lot more... Oh, that's... Hopefully I didn't miss anything. I'll see Tef in the chat. What's up? What's up? Man, I am... Ugh, hold on. I need to get my energy drink. I didn't even pull my energy drink out. Why am I searching my desk for it? Like I said, sorry, I didn't get very much sleep, because I think I ended up going to bed at, like, 12. I think 12 almost exactly. I woke up again at, like, 4, grabbed a snack, went back to sleep at, like, 4:50, and then I woke up at 6:40, and since then I've just been setting alarm after alarm to get up. And then I properly started streaming exactly at 7:30, so... I did not watch the original. Okay, so it'll be interesting to see what you think of the show from your perspective as a new viewer. I'm actually genuinely very, very curious. Because I love the original show. It is amazing. But obviously, now that we have the remake, right? I kind of know what to expect for the next 6 episodes or so. Until... Because the original anime deviates quite a bit from the light novels. So there will come a point where a lot of the information is going to be new to me. So, you know, there at that point, then we can both come at it with fresh eyes, right? But I'm interested in seeing what you think of at least the start of the show and a lot of the parts that will remain the same over the course of the 25 episodes it's going to be airing. Broken sleep's not fun. I honestly, I would have had a super broken sleep schedule had I decided to, I guess, just get sleep instead of streaming. But I told myself I wanted to start streaming a little bit earlier. Just for a little bit, I want to try doing 4.5 hour streams. Or more, depending on how I feel. And just seeing how that kind of changes it up. If it actually helps in terms of discoverability, or maybe it does nothing, you know. I think it's worth checking or testing. Let's see. I have issues with that from time to time, usually due to stress for coursework. Makes sense, makes sense. Wake up 4 to 5 times a night. Usually I do too. It's actually very rare that I wake up only once and at the appropriate time, you know? That is an oddity, if that happens. I think it actually did happen to me yesterday, funnily enough. Which I feel like is one of the things that helped me keep streaming, or keep the stream grind going. And then on top of that, after the stream, I was working very diligently. Or at least, I would argue I was working very diligently. I mean, you can see the work I put into the sketch for this one, and I got a lot of the line art done. So I feel pretty happy about that. Oh, Cap, exceedingly important question. Did you watch the new Mushoku Tensei episode yet? I did, and it is really good, actually. I mean, obviously I knew the episode's contents were going to be good. What I'm commenting more is how did the anime adaptation take what was in the light novel and either improve upon it or, you know, just faithfully adapt it. Honestly, one of the things that I was the most terrified about was the anime just not looking very good. So one of the problems with season, for anyone who's maybe heard me talk about Mushoku Tensei, season 1 looks incredible and season 2 is a bit of a step down for part 1, at the very least. You know, you kind of go into season 2, part 1, and while it makes sense there isn't as much movement, the characters are also drawn off model constantly. which is kind of really annoying. If you want to pay attention to it, you just check the size of Rudy's nose. It fucking fluctuates. The animators couldn't get it right. And I thought that was a bit disappointing. With that being said, it still looked good for a regular anime. It's just for a series like Mushoku Tensei with this, crazy ass season 1, no studio change, you'd expect that season 2 would look just as good. Obviously, there were a number of reasons why it didn't look as good with the scheduling, as well as, a lot of the animators going from season 1 going off to work on different projects. So season 2 ended up looking a step down from season 1. What's really, really great so far is that season 2 part 2, and mind you, we're only one episode in, but season 2 part 2 is already maybe 3/4 of a step up. It's still a step down from, season 1, because season 1's a god tier. Season 1 is god tier as far as how good it looks, if that makes any sense. Season 2 part 2 so far, there's only been one frame where a character felt off model that I could see. And I'm like paying attention to that stuff. And I mean, I will take that. Actually, season 1 draws characters off model more often. You know what I mean? So season 2 looks remarkably consistent so far. And again, it might just be the fact that this is the first episode, second episode, all the way through episode, usually up through episode 2. Usually those are the best looking episodes of a show, as well as the climax. So around episodes, say if it's a 12 episode show, 10, 11 tends to be, the second peak, right? But yeah, so far episode 1 looked really, really nice. Whatever animation was there looked good. There was more of it than I expected, all things considered, and characters were drawn, again, hyper consistently. So season 2 part 2 starting off on a really high note. Also, if people aren't aware, they also changed the director halfway through the season. And I don't know how much these changes have to do with that. From what I've heard online, it kind of sounds like he got a bit scapegoated, the original director, for season 2. So season 1 had a director who then went off to work on his own shit, and they picked up a new director for season 2 who hadn't done directing before. He was very new to it. Like, I believe he had done episode directing, but he had never been the director, the de facto guy, for any show. And a lot of people were kind of, I guess, just mad about the quality of season 2 not being quite so good. Or at least of season 2 part 1 not quite meeting their expectations for Mushoku Tensei, right? And that's not to say it looked bad. It wasn't a bad looking show. It just didn't look as good as season 1, understandably, right? So, partway through the season, they have this break. And then right before they announce the next core, they announce that they've changed directors. Which is kind of incredibly BM to the original director. They're basically implying that it's all his fault that the show looked bad. And then here, I mean, to be fair, here we are in season 2 part 2, and yeah, the show looks a lot better. Let's put it this way. Because I use like weird 3/4 of a step. Season 1 looks good. Season 2 part 1 is maybe 2 steps below it in terms of like visual quality. And then so far season 2 part 2 is either 1 to 2 steps ahead of where season 2 part 1 was. So I'm saying it's on par with some of the more average looking episodes in season 1. I won't put it on the tier of like some of the god tier episodes in season 1, because I mean those episodes had brilliant animation through and through, and we didn't really get a lot of movement in this episode. There wasn't like a whole ton of action or anything, right? So we'll see if it, keeps up that level of quality once, maybe perhaps we get more action-y scenes. There was one in the trailer, so we'll see how that one ends up looking. But yeah, hopefully I was able to keep, what was it? My review just there, kind of spoiler-free. Just in case anyone here is watching Mushoku Tensei and has any thoughts. Like, has anyone else watched the first episode? Because, dude, it's good. You're in for a treat if you're a Mushoku Tensei fan. Let's see. They made it freaky. I really appreciated it. I like, they did that scene justice. The person directing the episode did a great job with keeping the tension high, But yeah, I'm just happy that the show... I mean, again, the quality might drop. I hope it doesn't, but it might. Regardless of if it does or not, at the very least, this first episode's a good omen for what's to come. Coursework. Oh, I read that. Man, I still need to do my Nikkei dailies as well. I'm gonna do those in the background between when I'm taking breaks from talking. There you go. Chug, dude. I'm trying to just sip on the energy drink, you know? That way I can maintain that level of caffeination throughout the stream. I've already diluted it with a bit of orange soda that I made. So it's, what is it? Monster Ultra Sunrise with a little bit of carbonated Mio. There we go. The orange tangerine flavor. Honestly, all it does is it feels like it just doubles the amount of Monster Ultra Sunrise that I get to drink. It's because they don't taste the same, but the Ultra Sunrise is a much stronger flavor. So when you combine them, it just tastes like Monster Ultra Sunrise. Like slightly less strong, but the flavor profile is like identical. I was also smiling like a fucking goober. Oh, dude, 100%. I was doing the same thing. When I was coming up... Apologies for the coughing. Man, when I was coming off the episode, I realized how big a smile I had on my face. And how it just been there for a while. It's like, dude, this... I fucking love Mushoku Tensei, man. It's so good. I'm so happy that it's back. And I'm so happy that there's kind of been a return to form for it, so. It's too fucking cute, dude. I really enjoy it. I saw there are a lot of people in the post-episode discussion that were maybe not so glowing of the episode. Not for any of the visual things, but they're kind of waiting for the story to be less slice of lifey. But I really liked the episode. I thought it was excellent. And honestly, I'll be honest, honestly, I'll be honest. Let's just use one of those. I'll be honest. When I was reading the light novel portion for what episode 1 covered, it wasn't my favorite chapter. It was okay. And it was like a necessary chapter. But I thought it was fine. So I actually like the way that the anime covered it. Because they took what, for me, felt like a very mid, sort of weird story. And they made it very engaging. I really liked it. So yeah, I don't know if that's like, what is the word? I don't know what people who read the light novels generally think about that chapter. But yeah, again, it's not my favorite. So the fact that the anime got me so engaged with the contents of that episode really speaks volumes about how good it was, in my opinion. I find some of the decision when it came to content getting cut a bit weird, though. Ooh, if you message me on Discord, that way there's no spoilers in the chat, right? Although I guess it was cut content, so I guess you could say it. Well, I'm trying not to spoil what happens in the episode. So yeah, just message me over Discord, let me know when the message is there. I'm curious, because it's been a while since I've reread those parts, and I'm trying to reread it. How do I put it? I'm going to reread these sections of the story for before the end of the season, where ideally I can get the video essay about Mushoku Tensei out there. Does that make any sense? I'm trying to make sense, but I'm not sure if I'm doing a great job. Let's see. Also, thanks very much to TK. What's up? Thanks very much for the Twitch Prime. Now 2 months up to the stream. Finally not missing streams. This piece is already looking really good. Well, thank you. I'm really happy with the, just the look of it so far. I made some changes last night. I recorded the whole sketching process, so that'll be something to look forward to when it comes around, because I think I'll be able to post this one to YouTube, so I'm excited about that. But I was, what is the word? Right. I was playing around with the sketch quite a bit last night, and I ended up pretty much redoing the face, because I liked what the face looked like, but I really wanted a head tilt. But when I wanted to tilt the head, I put myself in a position where I needed to change things, which I guess wasn't super ideal, you know. You know, it is what it is. But I think that the changes were well worth it at the end of the day. I might be able to... Let me see. Hold on. Let me just finish a bit more of the outlining here. I could probably pull up the time-lapse of the sketch on stream right now. Sorry, I'm doing my DK dailies. I haven't done them yet. Okay, here we go. I'll just show this one off real quick. There you go. I think this is kind of cool to look at. So again, I pretty much, because I started this entirely on stream, and I guess the only things that you guys will see as being different is when I adjusted the face after the stream. So I think this is about where I ended off stream last night, where I hollowed out the eyes. And you're going to see I'm going to change a lot after the stream ends, right there, with the head tilt. Because I felt like it needed to be a bit more playful. And I feel like I wasn't getting that with where the head was at before. Like if I specifically kind of go back here, it feels a little too stiff. As much as I don't think it looks bad. But this head tilt just looks so much better if I kind of split that. You see that? Honestly, it kind of looks like she's animated to come towards us, which are kind of cool. I think it's pretty cool. But for me, that change was big towards getting her to feel more playful, honestly. Yeah, I'll let the rest play out. So yeah, really happy with the way that the head tilt came out. I'm probably going to do some colored inner hair on this one as well. So we'll see how that goes. These fingers took 2 hours, I think, each. It's actually the biggest section of this video, is just going over those fingers and those hands. Then we added the swimsuit and bam. So, again, I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. You know, all things considered, I think it looks pretty good. And I'm happy that I have the recording so I can kind of stitch them together a little later. DM has been sent. Let's see. Right. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. They totally did cut that. And then, but they still made mention of the thing that they had cut. I guess when I was watching the episode, I did kind of read between the lines. But now that I think about it, it probably would have helped had they kept that line in. So yeah, that's very true. They cut out... Yeah. I totally forgot how they did that in the light novel. They just kind of, you know, at least in the anime for this episode, you know, the house looks one way and then looks another way a second later, and it feels very strange. I totally forgot that there was a decent bit where that was dedicated to that, which makes sense. They kind of talk about that a bit in the show, but it would have been nice to see a bit of it. Also, the one other thing. Oh, here, I'll type it out because it is kind of spoilery. There we go. I thought that was the biggest change, honestly, that the whole episode made. Correct me if I'm misremembering. I'm pretty sure though that this was the case, and that the anime just kind of went on its own and made this, I guess, in my opinion, very, very big change. Which is fine. I think it still works regardless. It's not a big enough change for me to be like, oh, this is bad, or oh, this changes the series for the better. It's just kind of different, but it's like really different. The head tilt made it look more natural, in my opinion, right? I feel like I don't know, it just felt too stiff before. So I'm just happy that I was able to get something that I could be, like, pretty happy with at the end of the day, you know? Also, sorry that I've been slow to the outlining. I am low-key playing some Nikkei in the background, doing my dailies. Won't take too much longer, I swear. I'm just doing the train right now. Fuck, I messed up. What anime? Mushoku Tensei. If you guys haven't seen, Season 2 Part 2 aired today at like 8 a.m. and the episode's really good. It is really, really good. I'm happy. I'm insanely happy that the episode came out as nicely as it did. You know what I mean? Because basically the whole start of the stream today has just been me gushing about how good the episode was. But really good. For me, the biggest thing is it feels like the quality took a massive step up from Season 2 Part 1. Where a lot of people were kind of complaining that the show looked a step back, or maybe perhaps even 2 steps back from what it looked like. Now getting into Season 2 Part 2, it's kind of like a return to form in a lot of respects. There wasn't a ton of animation per se, as far as like crazy animated set pieces, like, you know, Season 1 had right at the start, right? But, you know, if you take an average episode in Season 1 that looks good but doesn't have any crazy animated bits in it, Season 2 Part 2 so far looks like that. Which is, again, a massive step up from where Season 2 Part 1 was. Where the show definitively looked worse than it had once looked, you know? So, I'm just really happy, all things considered, that the show looks as good as it does. Speed paints always look cool. It's always cool to see, because honestly the head tilt for me is the head tilt change in the speed paint's the biggest thing. Where the second I changed it, it was like, oh wow, this is just looking so much better than it did a moment ago, and I'm so happy I went through and made that change, you know? Sorry, still doing Nikkei in the background, I swear. We're almost done. We're almost done. I almost have all the dailies. I guess I could stream the dailies, but it's not a big deal. I'm just going through one level of the Tribe Tower right now. Oh, I think I'm fucked. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh, I'm definitely fucked. Yeah. Well, sucks. Let's see. Is that how it went? Are you sure? Huh. I thought what had happened was that somebody made a... In the light novel, I guess this would technically be cut content. So I guess it'd be fine to say, because it'd be in the previous section of the story. I'm pretty sure... Because I read the books all the way... I reread all the books up until where Season 2 Part 2 would take place, and then I'm kind of saving that again for as the show goes through. But if I recall, wasn't it something to that effect happened earlier in the show, or in the series, and they come out with like a joke and then Rudy doesn't deny it? It was something to that effect, and then the whole class knows and they're like, oh, sorry for your loss. Stuff like that. I'm pretty sure that's how it went. I maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe I have to re-listen to those parts of the story. Which Speed Paint head tilt are we talking about? Oh, it's the one I just showed on stream a moment ago. Hold on. I just closed it, actually. This one. So this is the sketch. I can kind of fly through it real quickly. But what I was talking about was this bit right here, where you see that actually off stream, I tilted the head. And I think that specifically this change made the piece just look so much better. That little head tilt, I think, made all the difference. Then I went through and finished the sketch, right? So yeah, that was just all I was commenting on. I thought that that change just looked like it came out really well. Don't think they knew at the very least. I'll reread the section because I thought that they did. I'm like so certain. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I am wrong. Like maybe I'm getting some wires crossed. Because to be fair, volumes 9, 10, and 11 do feel very similar. So maybe that's why I'm confusing it, you know. And that honestly wouldn't surprise me. Okay. There you go. Sorry, back to, actually, wait, hold on. Let me just actually collect my gems from my dailies. Look at that. We finished all the dailies on stream in, like, 10 minutes. Not even a huge deal. One thing I missed was the entire class after it broke the news, which I wish they kept. Yeah, so the reason they did is because they were aware of what had happened, right? Otherwise, why would they give him the standing ovation? Right? Am I wrong? I thought they knew why he was there. And then, you know, with that standing ovation scene, which I actually do remember, and isn't in the show. But yeah, because it would make more sense that they would do that if they knew and it was like a gag, right? I don't know, maybe I'll re-listen to it tonight. I need something to listen to while I draw anyway. Not to mention, I need to re-listen to the light novels, specifically Volume 12, if I want to make a video that kind of covers a lot of the topics in there. Man, outlining hands is not fun. Honestly, just drawing hands in general, not the most fun. I do find some angles pretty okay, though. Recently, I've been practicing hands at like a... How do I even describe it? Let me draw it. Kind of like a half-side profile. And you kind of see the top of the hand. Well, less like that, more like this. Where, if this is like the pinky side of the hand, you can have the fingers kind of do something to this effect. And then you have the index finger from behind the little hump here, that is the knuckle to the middle finger. You can have it kind of do its own thing. But yeah, I was practicing a lot of poses that had to do with the hand looking like this, as well as practicing how the wrist connects to the hand. I talked about it on stream the other day, but I was really... This looks really weird and bad, but... I had a really cool set of hand practice sketches, but unfortunately I didn't save them. I don't know, I felt like I didn't really need to save them, which is fair. Since I can just kind of open up the website and look up the hand poses again. Looks like good. Where are we on the sketch? Or not the sketch, the outline. Oh, I'm actually surprised I already finished the outline to the forearm, minus this line right here. I mean, part of me was... What is the word? Debating on if I should have used a textured brush for the sketch, or for the outlines. But I kind of knew I wanted a piece that I could use as an example for the outline tutorial. And I feel like the sketchy sort of aesthetic to the textured brush might not lead to the best descriptions, or the best examples, rather, of what it is I'm trying to say. So I figured this would be the piece where I kind of took this outlining very seriously. I did it as cleanly as I could. You know what I mean? One thing oh, alright, that's... Where's my drink? Getting the curves right is always kind of hard, especially on the thumb. Because it feels like the skin on the thumb especially kind of does its own thing. And it's hard to know how to represent that in anime. Do I go for a really realistic approach where you can see all the bumps in the right places? Or do I simplify it a little bit so it looks more, I don't know, cute, I guess, for lack of a better word? It's always hard to know that stuff. I feel like the thumb especially has that issue. Although it's kind of a problem on every finger. I never really know how I want to simplify it. Like, do I go for the more realistic approach, or do I just kind of go for it, you know? Let me check something. What's that? Okay, it looks like we're still good. I just realized it had been a minute since I checked the YouTube chat. Because I had Nikkei up in the background instead. Oh, question. Does anyone here know when the Blue Archive anime starts? I want to watch that one as well, even though I'm not like a Blue Archive fan. I don't really know anything about the story. I'm just interested in seeing it because everyone tells me that the story of Blue Archive's kind of sick. So it feels like a good time to try to jump in and figure out what it's all about, you know? I'm assuming it's not out yet because I feel like I would have heard more people talking about it. Oh, episode 1 is out? Did it just come out? I guess we are kind of in the first minute of the... What is the word? We are kind of in the first week, sorry, of the season. So I guess it would make sense. Wow, it has an 8.3. Okay. Studio Mouse. Interesting. I don't know who the studio is. Have they done anything I know? No. Well, I mean, I've seen some of these. What is the word? Posters? Wait, this one just says producer. Because I'm seeing shows in here that I actually do recognize, but I don't know them from the studio. But yeah, just... They're a producer on everything. License. Oh no, because I hit producers instead of studios. Star Pictures. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. And then Studio Candy Box, I'm not familiar with. Okay, they haven't done too much. Just Azure Lane and Blue Archive, which I guess isn't the best track record, because I thought the Azure Lane anime was kind of a train wreck. Let's see, Star Pictures. What are they known for? Seems like they only really do Blue Archive and Azure Lane stuff. Well, they also did Arknights as well. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so far this is their highest rated thing. Yeah, I think it's out, and the little doodle persona of the sensei is still alive and kicking. Dude, I'm happy to see what he actually looks like. Cause I don't know, if you're on Twitter all the time and you're just watching, or you're just looking up artists, how do I put it? If you're on Twitter and you have a whole bunch of artists in your feed, a lot of the time they're just drawing Blue Archive stuff. And if they're drawing Blue Archive stuff, a lot of the time you just see the Doodle Sensei. And you're like, who the fuck is this? And it just keeps showing up. Then you find out it's like some, I guess, rudimentary sketch one of the characters drew of him that everyone uses because it's a meme. And it's kind of funny just to put a face to that. Did I hear you say Azure Lane anime? Yeah, I thought, so that one kind of was a train wreck by the end of it, right? Like when it first came out, it had a really high score, people really liked it, but then the production kind of fell apart at the end. And it was getting delayed, and then episodes were looking more and more inconsistent. At least from what I remember. Mind you, I'm not somebody who actually watched it as it was coming out, or watched it at all, really, so I mean, take my opinion with a grain of salt, or take what I know, the information I know with a grain of salt. But I'm pretty sure that's how it worked, or how it went down. The anime was super well received, suddenly the production gets fucked, and then, you know, I guess the show's reputation kind of went down the gutter. Second episode is amazing, but I'm also a sucker for sound effects and OSTs. Oh, for the Azure Lane anime? I could see it. I heard that the early episodes were good. Like, really, really good. I remember Azure Lane fans were really happy about that when it was coming around. Only to then be disappointed when the show, you know, kind of fell apart towards the end. And ended up getting hit with just these massive delays. Getting the fingernail shape has been really difficult for me. I feel that is the area that I don't hit on the first go around. I guess it's because it's very particular about, you know, where the apex of the curve is. You can't like half-ass it. I think I caught everything. Yeah, I'm excited, dude. We literally get Mushoku Tensei and then Spice and Wolf back to back, and I guess apparently Blue Archive as well. So many good shows this season, dude. And I know that Konosuba leaked like its first couple of episodes, but I think it'll be in the middle of the week once it like properly comes out, which I think will be a good thing. That way you get like a nice instead of getting all the good anime just all on one day, you know, kind of spread out through the week, so there's always something good to watch. So I really like how the schedule is turning out this season. Because like while it's nice when episodes come out at the same time, I actually do kind of like when they're spread out a bit. Let's see, let me check that out. Hello, Capture A. What's going on, Chotaro? What's up? Welcome back. Welcome back. How goes it? We're just working on trying to get the outlining on this piece figured out. Honestly, turning out pretty nicely so far. I really like the outline. It's still really simple and doesn't have a ton of line weighting, but it's getting there. But yeah, how goes it? You watch any shows? Yeah, it's crazy to me how stacked this season is. I'm probably gonna be talking about anime a lot more this season than I usually do. Because like last season, I basically only talked about gushing over Magical Girls. I still need to finish the last episode to that one. But I loved gushing over Magical Girls. Other than that, oh, and I still need to watch Dangers of My Heart Season 2. I'm so fucking excited to watch that one. Because I heard it's even better than Season 1. Which makes sense. It kind of takes the vibe of the end of Season 1, stretches that out to be the vibe of the whole show. And I hear it actually feels like there's progression or the romance there. So I'm fucking excited. I'm super fucking excited. Drawing away, love the Holo. She's so pretty. Well, I'm glad that I'm able to, what is the word? Hopefully, I guess, reproduce that as closely as I can. Watched the first episode of Spice and Wolf last night. Oh, hell yeah. Are you a fan of the original Spice and Wolf as well? Or is this your first time checking out the series? We'll do the... Oh, I read that. Because I'm interested in what both types of people think. Since I'm coming in as somebody who loved the original, and seeing the changes that they made from the original anime to this one, it's really cool. And then if you're somebody who's, you know, new to Spice and Wolf and coming in at it for the first time, it's always interesting to see what people think of Holo, what people think of, you know, the dynamic that's going to be forming there. I guess there wasn't a lot of it in episode 1, but, you know, I'm excited for people to check out episode 2 tomorrow. Love the original as well. Holo inspired my love for Wolf Girl. Sorry, I'm tripping over my words. I just rolled out of bed, so my bad there. But hey, very nice. So what did you think? Because one thing I was unaware of, because I've read the manga, but you know, and where it picks up after the series originally ended. So I knew some of what. How do I put it? I knew some of the stuff that Spice Wolf had to offer that wasn't a part of the anime. But one thing that really took me off guard was Yare as a character. I had no idea who the fuck Yare was. Only to find out that Chloe, who felt like such a pivotal part of the original anime, was actually not a thing in the original series, like the original light novel and manga. Instead, that, you know, that character is Yare, who's the guy that we see in the new remake. And it's just like, wow, that's so weird. I feel like, again, this may be just me, but I feel like she's the emotional backbone for how that the start of the series kind of plays out. And yeah, so to find out that she was a change that the original anime made was interesting. Like, she is analogous with the character that's there, again, Yare, but it feels like the connection Lawrence had to Chloe versus has to Yare is very different. Whereas it feels like, I mentioned this before, but it kind of feels like in order for Lawrence to, I guess, how do I, maybe not in order to, but rather when Lawrence leaves the village, it feels like he's leaving something big behind, and it's the fact that he's rejected Chloe's offer to not only marry him, but also like kind of settle down and build this merchant store that he's always wanted to build, right? Because she wants to be seen as an equal to him. And to find out that that wasn't a plot line in the original was really shocking to me. I'm not gonna lie. I thought she popped up later in the anime, but she just never existed in the original. Yeah, she didn't exist. It's crazy. So that, again, that's kind of just blowing my mind. Since I do kind of wonder how that'll impact the story. Or the vibe of the story. Again, it kind of feels like he has less... With Yare there now, it does feel like he doesn't have quite the same ties to Holo's village, the original one. Or not the original one, but the one that kind of celebrates Holo being the goddess of the harvest, right? It felt like in the original anime, he had this very strong tie there, and he was almost cutting ties as he left. Even though he'd only been there for like a day or two. But in the new anime, it does just feel like a place he's passing through. It's a very different vibe. I'm not saying that it's like worse or better or what have you. It's just really different. Let's see. Delicious in Dungeon. I haven't seen it myself, although I do know a lot of people, at least in my chat, who have commented on it, really enjoy that show. So, can't say I'm familiar with it myself. But is that one that you're watching to Pesky? By the way, is it Pesky or Pesci? I can kind of see it both ways, you know. P-E-S-C-I. Let's see. Oh, what I did love though in the remake is that Chloe's still there, but she doesn't have any speaking roles. She's just a background design. But I like that they kept Chloe in it. Been watching or rewatching JoJo's Part 5, so good. Of all the JoJo's parts that I've watched, that one's definitely my favorite, if I had to choose one. Because my gripes with that one are kind of minor, honestly. Like, of all of the JoJo series, again, that I've seen, that one feels the most like a typical battle shonen. But in, like, I'm saying that as, like, a compliment. Because honestly, I wasn't the biggest fan of, like, part 3 or 4. I mean, 4 was okay. It was fine. I just felt like people overhyped what's-his-face. The main bad guy of that one. So when I came in, I came in, like, really disappointed because my expectations were really high. Whereas I didn't really know much about the characters in part 5, so pleasantly surprised by a lot of them. Oh, I didn't notice. I'll have to rewatch it to see her. She's the guy that tackles Yare. When he's like running with the last piece of wheat, there's a girl that tackles him. That's Chloe. Which is pretty cool. It's cool to see her design is still being used. You know what I mean? It's like a nice little nod to the original anime. It's funny because I watched the episode with Kyle, and when I saw Yare, I was just like, who the fuck is this? Who is this? Where's Chloe? And then Chloe tackles him, and I'm like, ah, there she is. She's back. Because I was under the impression that Chloe was the character in the series. I didn't know who Yare was until I looked him up after. So it was just funny when she tackled him, I'm like, there she is. She's still going to be a big part of the plot. And then she had no speaking lines, and then everything that should have been Chloe was given to Yare this time. And I was like, whoa, this is weird. This is weird. What the fuck? Let's see. I think I got everything. What was I talking about? Oh, right. JoJo's. Yeah, I remember liking part 5. At least I came out of part 5, and I think up until that point, I'd given all the JoJo series, like on a scale of 1 to 10, I put a lot of them in that 3 to 5 range. Where like I think I put like 4 as like an average. That was like an average anime. And I didn't like the parts before it. I thought that 2 was enjoyable, but not very well written. And then I got to part 5, and it's like I think I gave it a 7. Like where again 5 would be average, so that would put it well above average. So yeah, I remember liking part 5. I still haven't finished part 6, but I don't know if I ever will, to be honest. By the way, to Dom Machine, how's it going? Also to Sir Jakester, what's up? What's up? Hopefully you're having a wonderful day. I was over in the YouTube chat. How goes it? We're just drawing some Holo right now. Hopefully it's to your liking, right? This is what it's looking like so far. Turn up the sketch to make it a little bit easier to see. Oh, unfortunately, we just got hit with a bunch of bot follows. That's a bit sad. Let me turn off the notifications for a second. That way, the bot follows stop. There we go. That's unfortunate. Did I catch everything? Looks like we did. It's honestly these bits of the swimsuit that I have such a hard time knowing how to draw. Or knowing how to approach is maybe a better way to say it. Because I know how to draw bikinis and whatnot, but it's like this little bit here with the seams. I don't know. Like, I think it looks fine. I just kind of wonder if I could maybe approach it in a way that looks better. Thank you for the follow. I can't quite read the name, but I appreciate the support nonetheless. Why do people make bots to spam follows anyway? I don't know. It's kind of annoying. I mean, they end up getting banned anyway, so it is what it is. But yeah, it just kind of... I don't know, it's a bit of a buzzkill. Low-key, I was looking forward to seeing the ratio of, like, new followers relative to this, like, slightly altered stream schedule. And whenever that happens, I lose that ability. Like, I can't look at, like, new followers in the stream because it's going to count the bot follows. And while Streamlabs tells me, like, if I count the number of bot follows it says here, I could maybe come up with a number. But from what I understand, this isn't every bot follow. It just catches as many as it can in that tiny period of time. But because they all follow at once, it could have been like 100 people that just started following. You know what I mean? But yeah, again, it's a bit of a buzzkill because now I can't look at like the stats for the stream. Let's see. I can always keep track of it manually, but that's also kind of hard. Actually, in this case, it's not even that hard. Today we've had 1 follow. Okay, that's not that hard to keep track of. We just had the follow from just now. Unfortunate. It happens. Sometimes you just gotta take it to the chin, you know? Yeah. I feel like I probably should have outlined the body and then the hair. Because now I have the problem of like trying to add a line weighting around the hair. Which is just kind of annoying. It's not a big deal, it's kind of grating to have to be so careful with all the brush strokes. Although I guess there is a quick fix to this. If I really cared, I could do this. Where I just select everything that... Well, I mean, okay, it doesn't really matter now. But like, let's say I wanted to add more line weighting here. Now I can draw past this, and it doesn't matter, right? Because I can't draw any further. So I can just redraw this line as many times as I need. Right? And then I don't have to worry about drawing past that limit. So that's one way around it. It's not the fastest method, but it doesn't allow, or rather, it kind of allows you to be a little messier with your approach, which is, it's nice. So here's another good example. Where I can select all of this, and then I can just kind of, in one brush stroke, catch all of it. Again, not the fastest method, but it kind of makes it easier. Which is, in my opinion, worth something. And then watch as I build lines and waste any time I could have had. I could have saved. It's a very do as I say, not as I do kind of moment, you know? For the Gamersup's Waifu Cup you made a while back, did you have a specific way that they needed you to draw it? Dokibird is holding a contest for the cup, and I was curious if you had any tips. The only thing that they said is that they wanted it to be, I think it was 3 colors. It was white, black, and then a solid color. Other than that, nah, there wasn't really any, there wasn't anything specific. Actually, it was 4 colors, sorry. White, black, gray, and solid color. And the solid color would dictate what color the cup would be. Let's see. Wait, I've never... Oh, and then providing them the file so they can take that solid color and make it transparent. Wait, I've never thought of doing that. Oh, with the lasso tool? I think it helps like, quite a bit. I mean, again, it only helps in as much as it makes the process more fun and less uncomfortable. Because it is slower, you know, it is definitively slower. But, you know, if being comfortable is big for you and that helps you draw more consistently for longer, then it's 100% worth. Let's get some of the outlining down here. I'm going to actually do this on a different layer because there's going to be so much overlapping with all these other outlines that I think it actually makes more... Sorry, I'm slurring my words a bit. I think it makes more sense to do it this way. That way, if I need to erase anything, I don't have to be super careful about erasing around the various different objects, right? In this case being the hair, the boob. See, I can kind of just erase and I don't really have to care. Nice. Okay. Man, that reminds me, I should probably, at some point, hit up the Gamers Up people and see if they still want anything. Because they told me before that they would buy a couple of cup designs, but then they never got back to me. Like, past the first work in progress. I mean, it was years ago that they had messaged me. Maybe it'd be weird to out of the blue message and go, hey, about those cups. You know what I mean? Worth a shot. Yeah, why not? What's the worst they can say, am I right? Always the famous last words. From which Sonic game is this? What song is this? Fist Bump? This is, unfortunately, Sonic Forces. Let's see. I mean, Sonic Forces didn't have, like, a bad OST or anything. It's just such a bad game, you know? Yeah. Of all the Sonic vocals, this might be my least favorite one, but I like it enough to put it in the playlist. I'm trying to think, is there one that I think is worse than this? Maybe like the really old Sonic songs that had lyrics. Like, as fun and Euro, what do you call it, Eurobeat sounding as it is? I'm not the biggest fan of Supersonic Racing. I forgot, did they make that song for Sonic Racing R? I can't remember, but that one actually is probably my least favorite vocal track. I feel like there are more. I just can't quite place. Oh, and I also am not... I don't hate Sonic Boom. I do think it's a bit of a step down from the vocal tracks that we would get later on. I know a lot of people that really like that song, though. I forgot which game that one came out with, but that might have been Sonic CD. I like a few from Sonic R. Yeah, like, the Sonic songs have never been bad. It's just not my... The music in that game is not my vibe, I guess. Like, in terms of songs that I like, I mean, Crush 40, all of, like, the songs from, like, the adventure games, Shadow the Hedgehog, Sonic 06, the Sonic Frontiers, those are all, like, up my alley. Sonic Boom CD. Oh, that's what I thought. Oh yeah, that one's not my favorite Sonic song either. It is pretty iconic, though. So it's hard to argue with it. Like, if somebody told me it's their favorite Sonic song, I'd get it. It's also very different from just about every other Sonic song, or Sonic vocal track. Besides, I guess, Supersonic Racing. That one sounds fairly similar. But... when I say fairly similar, they're definitely different genres, but they're closer than some of the stuff that would come later. Crush 40 makes some bangers. I know. If Crush 40 is associated with the Sonic game, you know it's gonna be sick. I'm hoping that they come back to do some of the music for the Sonic X Shadow Generations. I really hope they do. I hope that game has its own like unique OST as well. Like I know it's kind of retreading a lot of the similar ground from previous games. That's the whole point of the Generations tag. But man, it would just be great if they came up with an original vocal track for that game. And imagine they bring Crush 40 in for... Oh, it'd be sick. It'd be so sick. Yo, we talking about Sonic right now? Hell yeah, of course we are. All the time. Thanks very much to Hella Dented. Yo, what is up? Thanks very much for dropping the tier 1 resub. Down 9 months up to the stream. Long time to be supporting, and I do hope that you're having a wonderful day yourself. What's up? What's up? How goes it? I'm just working on a little drawing of Holo while talking about various things. Conversation's been in a lot of places. We talked a lot about Mushoku Tensei, a little bit about the new Spice and Wolf, which is, I mean, pretty topical for what I'm drawing. Just anime from this season. Then we moved on to Sonic and its vocal tracks. We had some good conversation so far. Let's see. That's coming together. The line weighting is a bit inconsistent as of right now. You kind of see how thin this is, but then if you just look at how thick these lines are, it does feel a little off. I'll get around to that though. Because like, while I'm drawing, I do try to change the line weighting as I go, but it requires a lot of foresight to kind of nail it first time around. And unfortunately, I haven't. It's fine. It's not a huge deal. Let's see. Crush 40 in the third Sonic movie. Has that been confirmed? I hope so. Because yeah, I will take any Crush 40 that they give us. Sonic Blue. That would just be blue, would it not? Alexa, lights blue. That's pretty Sonic colored. Although, let me add some little splotches of white. Make it a bit easier for me to see. Wait, so you can make it rotate around your room? Make it move, sort of? The lights? Yeah. Like if I wanted the lights to rotate around... I'm trying to... You know those like neon signs where the LEDs turn on? It kind of makes the image of like a word that moves down the line. I only have one line of LEDs, but I can have them do that same thing. That's a pretty cool effect. But just usually with solid colors, I try to add a little bit more than just the one solid color. It looks weird on the camera, and it also makes the room too dark. Because white is obviously the brightest color I can change the lights to, and anything outside of that will make the lights just feel very dark. And if the room feels dark, I get kind of sleepy. You know? Albeit blue lights do kind of burn my eyes a little bit. So it's less likely I feel sleepy with the blue lights, but still. If it wasn't for visibility's sake, I'd say do that for Sonic. That'd be cool. God, speaking of the movie, I still need to watch the first two. My goal is to watch the first two movies just before the third one comes out, because I'm 100% watching the third one in theaters. No shot I missed that. Like, you're telling me they're putting motherfucking Shadow the Hedgehog back into Sonic? And, I mean, from what I've heard, people really like where the story's at with him. So, you know, some good things coming. I'm excited. Yeah, and I heard the second movie's good. Like, legitimately good. Whereas a lot of people kind of, whenever they were talking about the first movie, it was always this vibe of like, oh, you know, it's good, you know? For like a Hollywood adaptation of a video game movie, it's good. You know, it kind of had that vibe about it. So I never felt super interested in watching it. You know? It's like, oh, it's a decent adaptation of Sonic. Oh, so it's not that good. It's just decent. Okay, okay. But I did hear that the second movie was really good, and a lot of that kind of comes down to the focus on, say, Sonic, Eggman, and Knuckles. I hear that the dynamic that those characters all have is really, really well done in that movie, and there's less of an emphasis on the new human characters. And because of the writer's strikes, actually the third movie, from what I've heard, is the same way. Way less emphasis on the human characters nobody cares about, and way more emphasis on the animated ones, because again, because of the actor, I think I said writer's strike, I meant actor strike. They weren't really able to film for a large portion of time, but they still needed to work on the movie. So a lot of the script, from what I understand, is based around the idea that they couldn't film, like with actual people, so they were using a lot of CG, which means a heavier emphasis on, you know, the characters like Shadow, and I'm here for it. I was actually at the same beach the day they shot the second movie. Shame I didn't try to sneak in. That would have been sick. Could have been an extra, you know. Like that one car that almost hit that one actor, and then he was like, hey, I'm walking here. You know, that guy. You could have been like that guy. You should have tried to, like, hit one of the actors with your car. Then you can, like let them ad-lib, and then maybe you make it in the movie as an extra. That'd be pretty sick. I think the first movie isn't as interesting, but it isn't bad. Yeah, I haven't heard anyone call it bad. I've just heard people say that it's, you know, decent for a Hollywood movie. So I kind of hear that. It doesn't make me super, super excited to see what they've done with it. I guess maybe I was emphasizing the idea that I thought it'd be bad. I guess that isn't necessarily what I mean. More that I thought it would be probably kind of mid. And therefore people were saying, oh, it's good for being a Hollywood adaptation of Sonic. You know what I mean? Not that I think that that means that people are saying it's bad, just probably isn't as nice to watch. Shadow the damn hedgehog, or the edgehog rather. I'm a huge Shadow fan. Shadow's still easily my favorite character in the entirety of the Sonic series. Easily, it's not even close. I mean, I'm also kind of just a sucker for characters that have redemption arcs. I mean, hell, my favorite Index character is Accelerator, you know what I mean? I love the character that starts off bad and turns good. Snowfallings, thanks very much for dropping the follow. Hopefully you're having a great day yourself, and I appreciate your presence in the stream tonight. Just working on the line art for a Holo piece. And, I mean, so far I think it's looking pretty good. It's coming along. Hold on, let me grab more to drink. Oh, I'm like out. But if I recall, I think they did a lot of the, was it the filming for the third movie in the UK to get around the actor strikes? Something to that effect? I don't know where in the UK they shot it, though. I know there are a bunch of pictures of them at, like, some sort of cabin in the woods or something to that effect. Oh yeah, this is the Sonic Heroes song, right? Man. All those rumors getting shot down felt so bad. Because when I heard that they were potentially looking to do, or rather, they were potentially working on a Sonic Heroes remake in the Unreal 4 engine, or Unreal 5 engine, I was just like, yo, that could be so sick. What the fuck? But at the same time, I wasn't the biggest fan of the choice of Sonic Heroes as much as it could have been like any other 3D Sonic game. But then it came out like a few days later that apparently there was like a miscommunication where one incredibly not credible leader, or leaker rather, was actually the person that had leaked the info to the inside source who leaked it to the person that does have good credibility. So it ended up being this like horrible game of telephone. So it, unfortunately, while it could still be happening, it isn't confirmed. Which, on one hand, it's cool that they're considering it, and it's cool that they're considering doing a remake of the Sonic game, or some of these older Sonic games on the Unreal Engine. I think that's cool. But yeah, that many leaks could sink a ship. It feels like it. But yeah, I'm just a little sad to hear that they aren't actively working on one of the remakes just yet. Like, it could still happen, and they could still choose Sonic Heroes. The information was basically that this person said that they are considering working on this game in the Unreal Engine. That then, again, through this horrible game of telephone, got misconstrued in that they are already working on this game in particular on the Unreal Engine. I would love to see a Sonic Heroes remake strictly because of how rushed it was. Yeah, that's actually one of the reasons why I would be totally okay with it. That and, what was the other angle? That, and if they're gonna fuck up a game on the remake, I'm fine if they fuck up Sonic Heroes. It would be unforgivable if they chose Adventure to remake and then they fucked it up. You know what I mean? Like, that would piss everybody off. So I guess it is better to start with a game that nobody really cares about. Like, nobody here is like a die-hard Sonic Heroes fan, you know? Sonic Heroes came out, it was kind of a nothing game. Let's just be real about it. And yeah, a lot of that comes down to its rushed production cycle. But you know, if they remake it and they make it sick, then they win. If they remake it and it's still bad, well, the original game was bad. So it's only a small disappointment. You know, you can't really ruin much of a legacy there. Let's see. Raichu, what's up? And Miguel as well. How's it going? Didn't have a memory card for my PS2 when I played Sonic Heroes, so I replayed the first few levels like 100 times and played 100 more now. Hey, at least Wave Ocean, or is it? No, it's not called Wave Ocean, is it? It's called Seaside. Shit, is it Seaside Castle? What is that one called? Sonic Heroes first level. Seaside Hill. I was close. But yeah, Seaside Hill, at the very least, from what I understand, is a really good first level. Like, usually when people are ranking that one, because I'm just unhinged when it comes to Sonic content. I watched everybody. I watched so many videos of people just talking about all the different Sonic games and what they think of them. Usually people, when they're ranking like what's the best first level in Sonic history, they put that one fairly high. Yeah, it is the only level that was fully refined. That is true. But usually it's along the lines of like, City Escape is usually number 1. If not number 1, it's usually top 3. What are some of the other ones? Westopolis is usually quite low on that list. Emerald Coast is pretty low usually, because it's not the greatest starting level to a Sonic game, and it also starts you off right into it, so you don't get familiar with the controls. Hello. There's food? Oh, is there? Is in the refrigerator? Okay, I'll grab it. Okay. I thought that your cursor was an ant on my screen. I whacked it with my phone. Or I whacked my phone. My bad, my bad. I guess it can kind of look like that, huh? When I have it on this tool in particular. Does kind of look that way. Yeah, what are some of the other first levels? Oh, there's Sonic 06's level. Oh shit. Fuck, what is that one called? Sonic 06 first level. It's called, oh, hello? Oh, I did eat that. Yeah. Oh, this one is Wave Ocean, right? Surely. I can't actually find the name of the level, but I'm almost certain it's Wave Ocean. I guess I'll just look up Wave Ocean. Sonic 06. Okay, yeah, it's Wave Ocean. As far as I understand, Wave Ocean has good level design, but I mean, the mechanics of Sonic 06 are just bad. So the game just feels bad to play, not that the level's poorly made. That's usually the case with every 06 level. Like, the character designers did a pretty good job, all things considered. Like, when you consider that they were also under the strict deadlines that everyone else in the studio was, the fact that they came out with these banger-ass levels that only kind of saw some appreciation once Sonic Project 06 came out. It's nice to see that they did a good job. Sonic Colors first level? Oh, fuck, I don't know. I never played Sonic Colors. I couldn't even tell you what it looked like. But if I remember, Sonic Colors first level usually gets put in like mid-tier. Like Sonic Unleashed is usually fairly high tier. Sonic Generations, I believe, was pretty high. Can't remember. Obviously, people have, you know, differences in their lists. I think people pretty consistently put like City Escape usually 1 to 3. That's like the one game that's like the one game that people agree with, and the other one being Shadow the Hedgehog, with Westopolis being usually pretty low, if not the lowest. Because while the neutral story, or the neutral way to play Westopolis is pretty okay, it's the other two that kind of really drag it down. Like having to eliminate every enemy in a level that sometimes doesn't spawn every enemy is just maddening, as you can probably imagine. Is it just line weighting and hair now? I think it is. Okay. So because I want the tail to be kind of in the background, I'm going to use much thinner line weighting for it. Oh, I probably should do this on a different layer though. Let me... because it's going to overlap with a lot of the character. It makes sense to do it this way. I guess if I do it like this, I won't actually need to draw the rest of the outline going down. It would just be implied to be behind the arm. Saves time, looks the same, why not? I'm trying to make my outline for the tail kind of random. Not random in as much as like the line weighting or anything, but random in as much as how I don't want the tail's like furry bits, I guess you could say, to look too uniform. I'm also going to try to go for rounded edges to make the tail look floofy as opposed to sharp. Hey, Afro Ninja King, I see you in the YouTube chat. What's up? What's up? How goes it? Just working on the outline. We're actually almost done with the outline, which is honestly not what I expected. I was not expecting the outline to kind of go through or be done so quickly. I mean, there's obviously still a lot. There's still all the hair in the background here, and then there's all the line weighting we still have to do. But Yeah, I'm surprised at how quickly it's going. How's production on Lasting Souls is going anyways? It's been a little while since I've had time to work on it. As far as I understand, the story's pretty much done. And as far as like things that we're waiting on, it is kind of just me and the art assets, which I feel pretty guilty about. A big part of, I guess, why I haven't been doing it is because I just don't have money. So I don't get like a kickback when I make like a CG for it, if that makes any sense. The way I was paid essentially was like whenever we would go to conventions, me and Eric, we would essentially just say like, oh, he pays for the table and that's like my payment. And we went to those conventions. Unfortunately, you know, didn't do super well because the conventions themselves didn't do well, which is a bit unfortunate. So I didn't end up with what is the word? I guess that's kind of irrelevant, to be fair. But yeah, I technically got paid in advance, but I don't have the money. And so basically I'm taking a lot of pieces, or I'm doing pieces that I'm hoping will get my Patreon going so I can make a little bit more money. And then I'm also taking a lot of commissions on the side. With the idea being when all my deadlines are done, I'd like to put more work into the visual novel. When I'm just like a little bit more financially secure. Hopefully that makes sense. I have started some of the CG, I just haven't gotten very far. But yeah, as far as what there is to wait on with Lasting Solstice, it is, as far as I understand it, is just the art. At the very least, if it's any consolation, I'm a much better artist now than when I started doing the art on Lasting Solstice. So, as much as the wait is long, I hope that the quality being higher makes up for it. But yeah, apologies that it's taken as long as it has. Especially, I know people have been waiting for a very, very long time. And it feels pretty bad. I just need to make sure I have money to like pay my bills and stuff like that. Are you only taking private commissions? I guess you could call it private commissions. I don't know. I am considering doing a day where I just say like, hey, I'm taking a commission for like 400 bucks and I'll finish it by tomorrow. And then just seeing where that goes, and then maybe doing a couple of those a month. Which would be quite the grind, but if that could at least ensure that I have money to pay for things, it probably is worth it. As much as I'd have to sacrifice taste for that. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. I do have to finish commission for Ayumi as soon as I can. And then get paid for that, and then I need to finish a commission for Amedal as well. And then ideally, I think this month I'll take one other commission outside of that. I mean, I say ideally just because ideally I would need the money. But there's a lot that I need to get done. I started working on a little mini comic too, to hopefully, what is the word? Hopefully entice people to check out the Patreon. And then I told myself I was going to finish some of the work, I guess? Or how do I put it? I told myself I was going to do some of the work on some alternate versions of pieces from last night. I instead worked on the Holo piece a little longer than I expected. To be honest, that would be ideal for you, making sure the reserves are being topped off. Yeah. It just feels kind of bad when, like, I don't know. I guess it feels bad that I can't afford a lot of things. So, hopefully, I don't know, if I take these one-day commissions, and I'd have to be fucking locked in for the one-day commission. We'll see how it goes. Because I can work on a commission, and I can finish in one day, but that is a fucking grind and a half. I can do it though, and if I could work at that rate, it would be pretty alright. Hey, Nippanoo, what's up? Ayumi's is like your #1 customer. I'd say she probably is, yeah. I think between her and Amedal, probably. I guess them and Vishoujo. Although the Vishojo commissions are always on a basis of like when needed. So it's not like a super consistent revenue source. When I get a lot of work from Vishojo, I tend to be doing a lot better financially. But when I don't get a lot of work, you know, it not so much. So, you know, work from Vishojo is a bit inconsistent. Or rather, what I mean to say is I can't really like super rely on it, I guess. Or maybe the way I should say it is I can't always rely on the opportunity being there. You made Melody's docu, right? Yeah, yeah. Love Ayumi streams, but she streams super late at times. Yeah, sometimes I notice that she streams later than I stream, and I stream pretty late. But I totally relate to that. Like, I can very much relate to wanting to stream, like, deep into the AM, you know? Man, the Daki talk reminds me. I still need to finish the Itsumi and Nekomiya Dakis that I promised from last year's subathon, since we are kind of getting close. It's only 2 months removed from the next subathon. So ideally, I don't know, maybe next month I can get this figured out. Because I want those to be done before the next subathon. That would be kind of tragic if they weren't. Let's see. Oh, my stream's really late. Yeah, because of her time zone, she ends up streaming pretty late. Although I think I read on Twitter she was feeling a bit sick yesterday, right? You'll have fat stacks from a Crow commission. I don't know if Crow's design is hard enough. I don't think I could actually do it in a day, even if somebody told me like, hey, here's $800, draw Crow in 1 day. Not that I couldn't put aside my hate to draw her. It really is, she's got a really hard design. And it's like the exact opposite of how I usually draw. Like if I pull up Crow's design, God, I can't fucking type. If I pull up Crow's design, she's got a lot of things on her design that I struggle with. No bangs. Side mid part on her hair, short hair in general, lots of piercings in this area, earrings, lots of like excessive accessories. She's got a design that not only do I hate looking at, if I'm being honest, but I can't draw it. Like, or rather, I could draw it. It would just be really fucking difficult. So I actually don't know if somebody paid me to do a Crow drawing in 1 day, I don't know if I'd be capable of that. Like, she would be so far outside my comfort zone. The unsung hero of Vishojo. I think that, as far as, what was it, the Vishojo commissions, I think I'm usually seen as like a last line of defense type. Which I think is kind of funny. Like, what I mean by that being that, usually whenever I get offers to do Vishojo work, it's because somebody else was on a tight schedule, so they come to me. At least, I can name a couple of scenarios already where that was the case. I feel like it's pretty rare they come to me as, like, their first pick. Usually it's like, hey, we need this done next week, are you down? With the implication being that the original artist couldn't, like, finish it in that time. You know what I mean? Jans, thanks very much for dropping the follow. Hopefully you're having a great day. Butchered it. Oh, no, dude, for real. I tried to draw Crow and her jacket's really fucking hard to draw. I butchered it so bad I scrapped it. You could go the angle of only drawing her in a bikini and just keeping it simple. I think that one artist that draws Crow getting strangled all the time. In a sensual way, I guess. That artist pretty much never draws her in the default outfit, right? I can double check, but... Crow, DK. Okay. Yeah, if I'm looking at this one artist, dude, he pretty much exclusively draws her naked, or he draws her in like a custom outfit. Yep, never is she ever drawn in her default outfit. So, yeah, that might be the best and easiest way to draw her, honestly. Getting strangled, that is, not those other things I was saying. Bogaretto, thanks very much for the follow. Hopefully you're having a great day. Yeah, I think what I need to do... Well, I need to finish the Ayumi commissions, then finish the Amidal commission, and then I will next month, I think, try to do the... for this one day, I will grind if people are willing to give me like 400 bucks. Is that Asanagi by any chance? Asanagi? Is what Asanagi? Oh, the person that draws her? No. Although I can see how you could get there from hearing character getting strangled. Let me merge all these layers together now. Okay. Her back tattoo is also a pain, so I definitely have to... I definitely have a front view approach. Tattoos are hard too. Tattoos are really hard. I find it's easiest to draw them separately, put them on the character, and then set the layer type to multiply. That usually gives you a good color for the tattoo. It is a lot of extra effort though. And then you also have to warp it to fit the curvature of whatever you're drawing. Luckily, the liquefy tool exists, so if you have access to the liquefy tool, you can just liquefy that around the skin surface. That usually ends up pretty looking pretty okay, you know? The commander's taking new corrective measures in that guy's art. I guess you could say that, yeah. I don't do digital art, but thank you for the tip for when I do. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, if you're not doing digital, then fuck, that's probably really difficult. What is this choking? I want to see for research purposes. Let me see. What is the guy's name? Ugh. It's like the only person that draws Crow from Nikke. The person goes by Ohisashiburi. Ohisashiburi. So yeah. Wow, this artist draws a fuck ton. Sorry, I realized they had over 1,000, almost 1.5 thousand pieces of Danburu. That's crazy. This person must be crazy fucking fast. But yeah, this is like the only person that ever draws Crow. And he draws a lot of Crow. But yeah, a lot of the time when he draws Crow, he draws her getting choked out. Or like, manhandled. Because, I mean, to be fair, who wouldn't want to put Crow in a stranglehold? But you can tell they clearly like Crow. Let's see. Raw Green, I see the chat. What's up? What I joined into? Oh, nothing much, you know. You know. Just talking about, you know, Friday night hell in the cell. That's all. I would for one, but as illustrated, not the way that you're thinking. Fair, fair. Yeah, we're just talking about choke slamming people. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's fine. Good. I'm just gonna use the cheap way of adding more line weighting. Unfortunately, it doesn't look very clean, but it's fast. Nope. My headset just told me it's on low battery. I'm not really moving around. Why not? Let's charge it right now. Okay. Oh. Man, I gotta figure out a system. If I want to commit to doing the whole, like, draw a commission in a day thing next month, I would need a strong system. Because I would probably be very selective about what designs I choose. Just on the basis that, like, I know that there are some designs where I could tell you, or rather, you could tell me, I'll give you this much money if you do it in a day. But I just might not be capable of it based on the design. I'd probably have to be very strict about what I took and how I would draw it. It's like, the thing is, I don't know if people would be willing to pay for it at that point. If I'm, like, too restrictive with what I'm asking for. Like, hey, I'll draw your character, but I'm only going to draw them in a swimsuit, and I get to choose the pose. It's like, well, at this point, is it really a commission? Like, I don't know. I feel kind of bad, or I would feel kind of bad if I added all these restrictions to what people would want. I would. That is fair, that is fair. I don't know, maybe there would be more, what is the word? Demand than I would expect. That'd be nice, at the very least. Because I feel like the other reason why I work slowly on commissions is because I won't... Or there are two reasons, right? The design is hard. Or the pose is very restrictive. So, like, when people tell me to draw very specific poses, it's kind of difficult. Because I choose poses based on, like, the character. So, like, oh, this character would look good if I drew her from this angle, or this character would look good if I drew her from this angle. And when I don't have that access, it's hard. Especially the more complicated the clothing gets. If the clothing's just like a bikini, it's not too bad. Then it depends on how hard the hair is. And if the hair's really hard, that could still be really difficult, even if it's just a bikini. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just kind of rattling off different things I'm sure people don't care about, but yeah, these are all things I think about whenever I'm taking a commission. Honestly, I hate coming up with poses for commissions. I like Skeb style commissions because of that. Because at that point, it is my problem. Yeah, I prefer the Skeb system of doing things, and I wish that we had, like, Western Skeb. I mean, I guess there's Pix of Request, which I believe I could actually set up. So maybe I could do it through Pix of Request. Maybe that would be the way. That way people give me their design. They're like, this is what I want, this is how much I'll pay, and then I can choose whether or not to accept it based on what I feel works for me. But yeah, Skeb is a brilliant fucking system. They really nailed it with Skeb as a website. Oh, you know, I forgot VGen exists, yeah. That is kind of Western Skeb, isn't it? Dude, I'm so tired. I feel like I've just been yawning throughout the whole stream. Like I said, I woke up, immediately rolled out of bed, and here I am, you know? So, apologies if I'm just, like, barely holding it together. KDG lol, yeah, thanks very much for tuning in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. They take kind of a big cut, though. I guess that makes sense. That's probably about what I would expect, unfortunately. Hey, what's up? Hopefully you're having a wonderful day yourself. Right now I'm just kind of vibing, you know? I'm just chilling. Drink some guacamole Gamer Fart 9000. I don't have that flavor, but I do have anime girl thighs. I could carbonate some anime girl thighs, and then maybe add some Calpico to make it taste a bit more milky, as you'd expect from from thick anime girl thighs, you know. I did that the other day, and despite the really questionable look of the drink, dude, it tasted really good. It was honestly, I might just do it now that I put that thought in my mind. Like, oh, that shit's good. And my girl thighs 10 out of 10. It's just orange vanilla, and I love orange vanilla. I mean, I pretty much exclusively drink orange drinks. Pretty much, just because they're easy to sip on. Let's see. Okay. Oh, dude, I'm so tired. Why am I so tired? Why has this happened? Hello, what's going on, Link Blast? Hopefully you're having a wonderful day, of course. I don't really like it, but I wouldn't mind if offered. Oh, the guacamole gamer fart. Isn't that one? What flavor is that one again? It's like cherry lime or something. I don't remember the flavor off the top of my head. Do I have? I could totally make some gamer girl thigh flavor or anime girl thigh. Sorry, I'm getting the flavor names confused. I have an empty cup now. Maybe once I finish this energy drink, because I still have a third there, so. It's strawberry lemon. That gamer fart, the anime girl thighs. It's strawberry lemon. The gamer fart strawberry lemon, right? I thought it was lime flavored. Huh. Wait, the anime girl thighs I know is orange vanilla, because that's one of the two that I own. Good. I hope your day's going well too. Love your art, by the way. Well, thank you, thank you. As far as my day, honestly, I literally just rolled out of bed. So, like 2 hours ago, which is when I started the stream. So, I haven't been awake for very long to have much of a day. Taz, yo, thanks very much off the tier 1. 32 months of the stream, 35 months of total. Yo, Capitalist poppin'. I'm so happy to have my laptop back from the repair shop. My old GPU had gone brrrr and needed to be replaced. Understandable, it's happened to me from time to time. That kind of sucks, though. Dude, I had the worst nightmare that... I hate talking about dreams and nightmares, so I'll keep it brief, but... Basically, I just didn't have access to my computer. I wasn't able to post anything, and it just a horrible nightmare. Just woke up with fucking night sweats and terrors. What do you call it when you get out of bed because of a nightmare? That kind of thing. That happened to me, and then as I got up and I started to realize, like, oh shit, that was just a dream, I realized, like, oh fuck, my computer's fine, I'm chilling. It took a week to get fixed. Ugh, that's not fun. At least you were able to get it replaced. I guess it was just your GPU fan then, right? Huh. Oh, it was a laptop too. I guess that's not an easy fix. Dude, same for my game system. I feel it. I sent my PC over to Geek Squad, needed to update my BIOS down with Windows. Wait, you needed to... Wait, am I understanding this right? You needed to update your BIOS and download Windows, so you sent it somewhere? Am I understanding that right? Why don't you just update your BIOS? And download Windows. You can do both of those things from the comfort of your own home. Very easily, actually. Unless... Well, I'm gonna need some explaining. Sorry, I'm a bit confused by that statement. My laptop doesn't have enough space? But you said you sent your... Oh, unless you're saying by PC, you mean your laptop? But then why wouldn't it have enough space? For the BIOS update? Or for the Windows? Download? Usually, I mean... I guess maybe you have files on there you don't want to wipe. They replaced both the GPU and CPU fans and redid the forbidden mayo, the thermal paste. That is fair, that is fair. Same but for my game system. Game system. Huh. Like you had an Xbox or PlayStation and had a fan go out. I guess that happened to my GameCube way back when. My first GameCube ever broke, and I think it was one of the fans that broke. I think over the course of my life, I've had 3 different GameCubes. Because I guess they just weren't built to last. I don't know. Because now that I think about it, I only needed the one Xbox. I only needed the one Wii. Hell, I almost broke the Wii myself when I tried to buy a Wii key and solder it on the inside. Because I was a broke kid who couldn't afford games. So I was trying to find the cheapest way to play my Wii. I found out that if you download and burn games onto discs, you can actually force your Wii to read them if you bought this Wii key and you soldered it on the inside. But I had a really shit solder at my house, so I wasn't able to. Like, we tried it, we almost burned a hole through the fucking motherboard somehow. And yet it still turned on. That was terrifying, I gotta say. PS3 is still kicking, old chat. Yeah, honestly, the only system of mine that's ever broken is just the GameCube. And it broke twice. Huh. Yeah, I don't know, like maybe GameCubes weren't built to last. Maybe the build qualities were quite poor. Which is weird, because I don't associate GameCubes with bad build quality. Usually I associate the Xbox 360 with that. But, I mean, my Xbox 360... I didn't get, like, an early Xbox 360. I got an Elite model. So, you know, just better build in general. But I've only ever needed the one. I haven't needed to get it replaced or anything. Kowski Mako, by the way. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day. Thanks very much for tuning in. I see you in the chat. How goes it? How goes it? 3 ads. Apologies, apologies. I appreciate you sticking around through the ads, though. It does help. Sorry, I have no control over when the ads, like, start, stop, all that. Thanks very much to Manaka Nasko. Hopefully I'm saying your name properly. Thank you very much for taking the time out of your day to be here. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day yourself, and I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to stop on by. Junie PNG as well. I see you in the chat. What's up? What's up? Let's add a little bit more line weighting to the bottom. When you consider that this arm is in front of the hip, it really should have thicker line weighting than the hip behind it, right? The idea that we want thicker line weighting to demonstrate depth. Bezos wants his Bezos bucks. That's fair. This is the part where I start talking about how you can use Twitch Prime and take those Bezos bucks out of his wallet. Give it to me. Or anybody. Low-key, I've actually just reminded myself I have a fucking Twitch Prime, don't I? Shit. Dude, I never remember to use it. Fuck. Huh. I'll use it at some other point when I'm not streaming, but... Download the update and download Windows. It's a download which update? Add some line weighting up here. I'm just gonna use the tool for it since I'm lazy. So one of the default tools allows you to add extra line weighting to places. As you can see, it doesn't work super well for non-vectored lines, but it does work well enough that you can kind of clean it up yourself. It is slower than just redrawing it. It's just, you don't have to be quite so precise, which is nice. Again, when it comes to comfort, it's kind of comfortable. Like in theory, if you just try to draw the line over and over again, like what I did right there, if you did it like first, second, third attempt, you'd probably still be faster than using the line weighting tool. Damn, she's thick. Is she? I feel like she's one of the thinner characters I've drawn in more recent times. I don't know, what do you guys think? At least intuitively it feels that way. Kinda. I'm just trying to like zoom out and figure out, okay, this area needs work, this area needs work. Also, it just hit me, I forgot to do the little ties. Should probably turn the sketch back on for that. Might be, or yeah, might be referring to Marine. I guess to be fair, I did draw her pretty thick. Fair enough. Man, I need to draw Marine again. Her design is really fun to work with. It's easily one of the most fun I've ever had the opportunity to draw. I say opportunity as if that was like a commission or something. Nah, I just drew her. But her design's fun. Heterochromia I think is a lot of fun to try. Even if it is a little bit more work. Her hairstyle's pretty much right up my alley as far as like my favorite hairstyles to draw. It is probably my de facto favorite, actually. She's got like the twin tails. Color of the hair is actually really easy to draw as well, like that color of red. I don't ever draw characters with that color of red hair, but when I do, dude, it's fun. Yeah, I don't know. There's just a lot about her design that just vibes with the way that I draw. Where it's in that really, really... It's like that Goldilocks zone of being fun and not too hard. Like, so I'm like vibing the whole time. There's nothing that requires, like... Or it's not too challenging. I guess, to be fair, when it comes to pieces that I enjoy, I do enjoy a little bit of a challenge from time to time. But sometimes it's just nice to have a piece where I'm not trying so hard. And I feel like the Marine piece was that. Like, I didn't really try too hard. Outside of, I guess, the hair. The hair was kind of the challenge on that piece. You'd think it would be the outfit, but I actually did the outfit in one take. Might need to start drawing with my third arm. If by that you mean use like some good old-fashioned sensual energy to get an artwork out there, honestly, that's like exclusively what I do, and it works out for me. Yeah, because Itsumi and Nekomiya are in another league as far as being thick. Yeah, this is true. I kind of showed a little bit here, but this is hopefully what I'll do for next month's Patreon piece. It'll be a 2-page manga-esque spread where Nekomiya is talking about how she's run empty and how she notices Itsumi has some extra and wants Itsumi to provide her with some of the goods. So yeah, that'll be the setup for that comic. It's true sometimes. It's true. What's going on, by the way, Plo? How's it hanging? Oh. I'm not sure if I should actually outline this part of the tail in like a different color. Because I should probably just define it by the shading as opposed to by like a harsh line. Otherwise I'm going to have to paint over that harsh line again anyways. Let's remove that. Let's just outline, I guess. Oh wait. Dude, I literally was working on this and just forgot what I was doing. Please, your protection art is hard. Use my bad typo. Wait, what was that? Sorry. Use your bad typo. What am I using it for? And what is the typo? I assume protection. There you go. I accidentally text what I meant, or I accidentally text your. What I meant to use was what I meant to put was use. Please use protection. Art is hard. That's what you meant, right? Use protection. Art is hard. What am I protecting myself from? My man's had a stroke, I think. I think so, too. I'll be honest. I think that is indeed what happened. Now that I think about it, dude, it's been a long time since that's happened to me. Sorry, I'm remembering back, like, 2018, 2019. There were so many moments on the stream where, like, my ability to process English would just break down randomly. It hasn't happened to me in years, though. But this conversation about having a stroke and being unable to read the sentence or type a sentence out, right? It just kind of reminds me of that. Like, dude, there was a time where I remember I was streaming, and then all of a sudden I just couldn't read Twitch chat. It was just like, yeah, guys, there's just a whole bunch of characters on the screen. I don't know what's happening. And then I couldn't form a sentence. And it literally was like having a stroke. I mean, I've never had a stroke, but like, yeah, that was something that used to happen to me. It wasn't that often, but like maybe 2 or 3 times a year. And it happened once during the stream. I remember that. But now that I think about it, dude, that hasn't happened to me in years. That's kind of nice. I don't know if any of you guys were ever here for whenever that happened. That must have been like 2018, 2019, so it'd be a long time ago, but yeah, I don't know. I was just reminded of that. I can share a 15-second clip from the new Trash Takes episode. I found it very funny and relevant here. I might have seen it, but yeah, go for it, go for it. Did I watch the new one? Did a new one come out yesterday? If so, I guess I haven't seen it. Let's see. Trash Taste. Have I seen the newest one? Oh, I have not. We watched your hentai suggestions and we regret it. Oh, I need to watch that. That'll be a good time. Okay. Yeah. That's pretty relevant to hear, yeah. I mean, I just assume I know what, like, immediately I feel like I know what they're talking about. I haven't actually seen the episode. Is it me or are they talking about Koku Makanojo? They might not be, but I can't think of too many other shows that do that. And that one's kind of legendary, so it wouldn't be all that out there if they were talking about Mari Setogaya. Or, no, not Mari Setogaya, sorry, Akane, I believe her name is. My brain goes to Shinjo Akane, but I don't know if that's right. No, that can't be right. That's totally wrong. What was her name? I know it was Akane. Akuno. Fuck, it was close. I literally combined her names. It's Mika Akuno. And I got Akane. Like combining that. Oh, okay. Well, fuck me, I guess. Totally wrong. Oh, okay. I mean, I was kind of close. I got the AK at the start of the name. And I got the A from the Mika. And then the N from Akuno. Okay, it was close. It was close. Bro, the timestamp on the clip is titled Little... Oh, I didn't actually see that. Does it say that in the clip? Oh, I think I have to watch the full video. Ah, yeah, there we go. Little Devil Girlfriend. Dude, low-key, that scene is literally the reason... Okay, it's not literally the reason. It is one of two reasons that I have that also happen with Itsumi and Nekomiya. This is very specifically... Like, that is one of the inspirations. The other inspiration is just the fact that I needed to make Yuri poses more fun and more variable. Let's see. But yeah, honestly, kind of just one of the best qualities of that series. Just another reason why it's so legendary, really. Man, I was feeling kind of nostalgic for all the older series recently, too. Like all the older ecchi / doujin type series. I rewatched Kagaku na Yatsura. God, I forgot how base that one was, man. Fuck, it's so good. It's the one with, if anyone remembers, it's the girl who has, like, the mechanical hands, blonde twin tails, and then she has a friend who's, like, a dog girl who wears a pink jacket with just gargantuan tits. You guys remember that one? I remember that one. That was a good time. But yeah, I don't know. Recently I just felt kind of nostalgic. I was just like, oh, remember this series? I kind of want to rewatch that one. I've seen It's Funny. The most recent episode. I'm excited. My favorite episodes for the Trash Taste podcast are the hentai episodes. I don't know. I think it's funny to get their reactions. Like, legitimately, I think you get the best reactions on those episodes. Like, if it's just... I don't know why I find it so amusing to hear people talk about their taste in hentai and then hear others get so offended by it. It's so funny to me, dude. There's just something there that just feels so magical, you know? It's just, you can feel the judgment in the air. And for me, that just makes for the best content. Not to mention when somebody vibes with you on one of those opinions, it just feels better than if they vibe with you on like a food opinion or something. Right? You guys know what I'm saying? Like when someone's like, oh, you know, I like bone-in chicken as opposed to boneless, right? That's one that they talked about a long time ago that is still somehow a meme to this day. You know, I'm like, yo, I like bone-in chicken. It's the best. And like, I vibe. But when somebody's like, yo, I mean, I haven't seen this episode, but let's say one of them is just like, yo, kind of a plus when the girl uses her tail. And I'm just like, I know. God, this guy's so fucking based. What a great fucking thing. You know what I mean? Like, it just, you vibe with them on an almost spiritual level. It's almost scary. People getting pissed at things everyone knows doesn't matter never fails. It's true, it's true. There's just, I don't know, there's something so visceral about it. Oh, also, completely unrelated. But yo, Ruby, I was watching Zane's stream, and I saw a clip, and I just thought it was funny. And I feel like you might be one of the only people in chat that might understand, or that might think the clip is funny, because it's a Melee thing. But I love this clip. It's so good. It was when Zayn was trying to do his Iron Man. I just rewatched it. Oh, he posted it on Twitter? Dude, that clip is so good. I love that clip. It's so fucking nice. Wait, I need to retweet that on Twitter then. People are gonna be so confused, like, why the fuck is Cap retweeting this? But don't worry, it's all part of the plan. I don't know, I hope it's... Oh wow, he literally just posted it. I was watching his stream, or I was watching the VOD to this stream last night, and somebody posted it in the chat. That one's good. People getting pissed at things. Oh, already read that. Boneless pizza. I prefer my pizza that way as well. Though, if I have to kind of sift my way through the bones in the pizza, I guess it's not too bad. It could be worse. It's definitely better trying to take the bones out of a pizza than it is trying to take the bones out of, like, fish. You know? Like, have you guys ever had, like a nice tilapia, and you take a bite and it just stabs your tongue? I guess when it comes to, like, pizza, you don't really get that. When it comes to, like, deboning it. People getting pissed at... Oh, sorry, I keep rereading the same message. Looks like we're good. Right. I was gonna refill one of my little leaders here with the anime girl thigh, but nah, not yet. I still have to finish this. Although part of me's kind of considering. Well, yeah, I'll put orange soda in this. Why not? Or I'll turn this into orange soda. Why not? Okay. There we go. It's like 35 or so squeezes. Okay. A little bit of lemonade for that nice lemony taste. Okay. What was I... Oh, we just did the tie here, right? I might need to add some more line weighting to it, but given that it's in the center of the form, I really don't need to do that much to make it work. So then we do one more tie, and then we'll be probably pretty good. Actually, instead of starting with a knot, let me start at the straps. That way I can focus more on the silhouette that I used initially, and then build the knot around that. I just feel like it'll be easier this way. What's the best way to do this? Shit. Okay, I think I got my computer working properly, so hopefully my texts are working properly for you guys. Oh, okay, that's good. Was it like auto-correcting you or something before? What time is it? Wow, it's only 10. Dude, it's crazy when I start early and I look over at the clock. It's like, damn, dude. We still got plenty of time on the stream. It's kind of nice, honestly. Okay. Maybe starting not on the knot was a bad idea. I'm actually having such a difficult time figuring out how to do this. Like, how do I fit the knot into the form? Maybe something like that. And then I can kind of have the swimsuit kind of compress upwards a bit towards the knot. Make it feel like the fabric's getting kind of pulled inwards. Just a bit. Not that it really matters. Honestly, I could probably just half-ass a lot of the outlines here and it wouldn't make a difference. I doubt people are paying attention to how realistic this knot looks. But, I don't know. Sometimes I just focus on things that don't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Yeah, see, it reads well at a distance. That's all it really needs to do. Now it's just the rest of the hair, add more line weighting, then we can get to the base colors. Looks like we're still good. I always get so hyped when this song comes on. Dude, I feel the previous song, right? Yeah, it's hard not to get hyped whenever you hear Live and Learn. And then we immediately go to a slow song, and now it's like, oh man, I feel kind of sleepy. What's my battery at? Only 50%? Damn it. Dude, it's kind of annoying having the wire on the headset. Especially, I have one of those braided cables. So whenever I turn my head like this, it's scratching up against my my shirt. And it's making kind of a loud sound in my ear. Like basically the sound just reverberates up to the headset itself. So, you know, kind of like one of those, what is it? The cup with the string attaching it, or 2 cups with the string attaching the 2. It's like that effect, and it's kind of annoying. But I don't think the battery's high enough that I could justify taking it out. Otherwise, I'm just gonna get that low battery warning again. I can't wait to throw color in the canvas, though. Right, I told myself I'd do the hair. Let's do that. Maybe I should do it on a different layer, because there's going to be a lot of overlapping with whatever's already in the piece. So I think it's just a smart idea. It's just me thinking ahead. There we go. I think I got my... Oh, I already read that. Still caught up everywhere. Okay. Oh, on a similar note, we live somewhere near a country radio station. I can hear it sometimes. More so if I put the headphone jack unplugged into the air above me. Oh, that's interesting. Wait. I can hear it sometimes more so if I put the headphone jack unplugged into the air above me. Like you can... Wait. Is that a thing? You can like hear the audio from the radio station? Is that what I'm understanding? I have a suggestion for a possible solution. Would you like to hear it? Yeah, sure. Solution to which? Maybe to the headphone? If you like the headset, you could invest in a second headset, swap them out when you need to change. But you'll need to set... Yeah, that is true. Honestly, I have considered something to that effect. As opposed to doing it the way I do now with just the one headset. It's just, man, buying a second headset would be so expensive. Like, even just the one headset's, like, hard. I mean, I guess it's not hard to take that expense on the chin. It is something I do need for my work. But, like... Man, it just kind of sucks sometimes, you know? But yeah, I actually have considered that solution as well. I mean, it's not a huge deal, because this headset actually has kind of a crazy-ass battery life. Like, I think the battery life's like 120 hours or something. And I try to keep it in that mid-range between 70% battery and 30% battery. I try not to go too low or too high. Like, I never really charge it to 100%, for example. Since I know that with batteries, they want to be in that realm of like 50-ish% charge if you can get it there. You could also, less expensive but more work, route the cable through a pulley system so it never touches anything. Yeah, that would probably be pretty smart if it was just like hanging off to the side here, so it wouldn't be like a huge deal. I don't know how I would get that to work. I have very limited space to work with, you know what I mean? Though that would be a really cool or a really smart idea. And it could be used for a number of different things. Like if you had the pulley system. Hell, maybe when I played like VR or something. Which I haven't done in a long time. But having a pulley system for that cable would be really nice, I'd imagine. As opposed to tripping and falling all over yourself when you're in the middle of playing like Half-Life Alyx and just being scared to death of everything that comes towards you, you know? Or just use electric tape so it won't rub on your shirt. I guess that would make sense as well. It's extremely useful for VR. I have that on my VR headset. Or my VR setup. I should probably look into doing something similar. Just for the sake of like whenever... I don't know, even just if all I used it for was VR. I mean, that would be sick, right? It's not... Like, one of the great pleasures... And anybody who owns a VR headset knows what this pleasure feels like. One of the greatest things about having a VR headset is showing VR to other people who've never tried it before. I swear to God, this is like some weird ass fetish that every VR headset owner has. It's just, it happens, it's just a thing, we all have it, we just have to accept it. But showing people VR for the first time, and you getting to be the person that shows it to them for the first time, it's such a magical fucking experience. Like, getting to see how much fun they're having, or seeing them, like, you know, bob and weave in real life whenever they see some of the hazards in the game. It's so fucking good. Stream got me wanting to draw. My missed Nikkei logins got me playing Nikkei. I feel that. Dude, I still need to finish all of my event stuff. I finished, like, pretty much all the dailies. I just need to do the solo raid stuff and the, what is it? The recipe for youth stuff. Which should only take a few seconds. I mean, I don't need... Well, I guess I do need to do the minigame, which might take a bit. I probably won't do that right now. I'll do that later. But I can do the stuff that takes like 5 seconds right now, at least. Whew. Oh, let's unlock the final stage. I'll do that later then. I thought the challenge mode would be like as simple as walk up and do it, but they added a new stage today. Where's my headset at now? It's at 60%. That's fine. Whew. Okay, much better. Like I said, I try to keep it in that realm of like 30 to 70%. So 60 is fine. I need to burn money for skins. In Nikkei? What skins are out right now? There's the Rosanna skin, the Rem skin, and the Amelia skin, right? Man, if I don't get another 2 copies of Rem, I'm gonna be so sad. It's honestly it's making me consider getting the gacha skin. Not for the skin, but for those extra pulls. But I don't have money, so I can't. I say I'm considering it. It's kind of like in a pipe dream world where I consider it. Honestly, what I really need to do is just watch a couple of the advice bond stories. I have a lot stockpiled. I probably could get like another 2 10 pulls or something. It's a lot of reading. And I don't want to skip past them like I did with the Crow one. I did it on the Crow one because it's Crow. I hate Crow. But like, outside of that, all the other Nikkei girls I do like. So I don't want to disrespect them by not watching their bond stories in their entirety. I know it's something that doesn't really matter at the end of the day, but it matters to me. Oh, Shift Up did a sneaky for the popularity vote. They put Maiden's actual face instead of the mask. Oh, really? That's interesting. Huh. I forgot they did say that on Twitter yesterday. That they're gonna do a character popularity poll again for the 6-month anniversary. Or the, sorry, 1.5 month. 1.5 year. There we go. I haven't thought about who I'm gonna vote for. It's probably gonna be the same as last year, right? Where you take like 5, like who are your favorite 5 characters, and then whoever wins gets something special. Like in the case of Modernia, who won last year, she got like the special skin. Although I can't really see a universe where Modernia doesn't win again. You know? She just feels like such a lock for most popular character. I kind of wonder if that means they'll do a skin for her again if she wins. I don't see why not. I don't know. Who else has a shot? Maybe like Honest, Rappi. Maybe they have shots. Oh, she isn't an option. Ah, that's how they solve that problem. Yeah, because she would just win again. Oh, is Maid Privy an option? Fuck, I totally want Maid Privy to win then. Honestly, I would just love to see more Maid Privy skins. Like, obviously Maid Privy already is a 6 skin. But imagine just like a little bit more. Not to mention they add like an entire story for the character too. All I want is to see Privity get like a nice story where she gets to spend time with the commander. That would be a good time. Oh, the bunnies too. God, there's so many good choices. I know that if I vote for Soline, it'd be a throwaway vote, because nobody else is going to vote for her, but I need to stand by my queen. I must. Wait, does that mean we could vote for characters like Summer Honest, as opposed to regular Honest? Because I feel like that would split up the Honest vote. May Pervy becomes Commander's personal maid. That's actually what happens in the Bond story. It just feels like the Bond stories don't do that. Or how do I put it? They don't progress their relationship any. Whereas I feel like with other characters, I mean, take Yulha for example. She literally fucks the Commander in her Bond story. Like, what a power move. What a power play. You know? And there are a couple of characters that do that, but Pervity doesn't. She always gets the short end of the stick here, despite being one of the characters that's most horny for the Commander. You know? I voted for Bunny's Freema Biscuit, and my lawyer has advised me to remain silent here. It's okay, I know that final vote of yours is just gonna be tossed in the trash. She'll never win. They won't accept it. Even if Crow won, they would just take the second place winner. Dude, why am I so tired? I mean, I guess ignore the fact that I slept very little and woke up very, very near the start of the stream. God, why am I so tired? What could it be? What if it was Noah? I do like Noah. Noah's cool. I know a lot of people hate Noah because she's got like brat energy, but I'm a fan. I hate Noah, but she's so cute, she gets a small pass. I feel like we haven't seen enough Noah, you know? Honestly, I guess you could say that about all of the Eden Pilgrims minus Dorothy. She's really the only one we see a lot of. Which I guess this feels pretty interesting, because I remember when we first met Dorothy in the campaign, I didn't expect her to be that big of a character. It was like, oh, she has a great design, oh, she's kind of cool, I guess, but yeah, she doesn't strike me as a character that's going to be recurring. And then you find out she's a fucking prick. And it's like, oh, I see. And then she's just kind of been a recurring neutral party. Not villain, but also not good. Definitely brat energy. Yeah, I mean, I tend to like characters like that, so... I know that's kind of an unpopular opinion. Despite Noah being annoying, she's the most tamed of Inherit. Maybe not as much as Haran, but yeah. Tamed. Tamed is an interesting word to use. Sleep is a thing. It is, it's true. I'd consider Noah yeet bait. So you don't actually want to yeet her, but she's baiting you into yeeting her? Is that right? Like, I'm just imagining you walk up to her like you're about to punt her like a football. And then you take a second look and you're like, no. She's not yeetable. So like she's baiting you into thinking that she's yeetable. Is that right? She tries too hard. It makes me not want to out of spite. Wow, has there ever been a character you didn't want to yeet before? I feel like whenever a character has even a modicum of being cute in their design, it's just out the window they go, you know? Like, picked up, tossed like a fucking basketball. Or punted like a soccer ball. But yeah, yo, that's interesting. There's a character out there that you wouldn't yeet. Despite being short and fitting the profile of characters you would yeet. Could never yeet litter. Or leader. Huh. Really? Interesting. Why is that? Her fragile grandma bones wouldn't be able to take it. Okay, so you have a heart. I was unconvinced of that until now. Also, what's up, Afro? I see pain. Hopefully you're doing alright. If I can... You know, here's a piece of Holo. Does it help alleviate the pain? Have I helped? Have I done good? I'm trying my best. But yeah, what ails you today? What brings you pain and suffering? Perhaps a smidgen of agony. I feel like today's a good day, you know? Mushoku Tensei Season 2 Part 2! Right? Right? That's a good start to any day, I'm sure. I'm almost done doing laundry. Dude, I literally did my laundry last night. And, well, I say last night, before I went to bed. And I had to do it so early in the morning, because I was basically told, like, hey, don't use the washer past 9, or before 9 p.m. But I can't use it past 9 p.m. because my sister sleeps in the adjacent room, and there's no wall separating them. Because she's out in the living room, and then the washer's in the kitchen. So they're right next to each other. So I can't use it because it's loud as shit. So then it's like, well, how do I do my laundry if I can't do it at night? I have to wait for my sister to wake up and then do the laundry, which happens at like 7 or 8, but because it was a weekend, it was closer to 8. So then I started my laundry, took like 2 hours, took like an extra hour folding it up, decided to clean my room in that time, and that's why I woke up today with so little sleep. Though I think it was worth it. I think the cleaning was worth. I woke up today, went to grab a drink, came back to my room, and I was just greeted with the smell of fresh laundry. It was nice. The undefeated champion of WWE and Nikkei. Man's just punting everybody, left, right, and center. Nobody's safe. You think that you're safe, and then all of a sudden Tot just runs up to you, apropos of nothing, and punts you. It's like Araragi from Monogatari, but instead of, you know, happily tossing you in the air and doing some questionable things to you, you just get punted like a fucking soccer ball. Every time I see Scarlet, I wonder how her neck isn't snapped off from the pose she stands in? Wait, really? Is that bad? How her neck isn't snapped... I imagine you're talking about normal Scarlet, right? It looks fine to me. Unless you're talking about Black Shadow Scarlet? That also kind of looks normal to me. Wait, what's wrong? Her chin is behind her shoulder? I mean, yeah. So? You could do that. Just push your arm up like this. And then put the camera at the right angle, right? I can't actually do it that easily, huh? Okay, well that's because the camera's like immediately here. The camera for Scarlet's looking up at her. So I'd have to stand up at like this angle and then do it like that and then like that. It's not that hard. I mean, obviously I'm not doing it properly, but I can't get the same angle. My god, it's not with the steel chair! Oh, Jesus Christ. What's he doing with that? Who gave him that? Why does he have that? This guy doesn't need weapons. That's because you're swole? Thank you. I don't know if I am. I don't know. As of last month, I started getting into working out again. But the last week, I've just been grinding out artwork, so I've been lazy the last 6 days or so. Hopefully I can get back into it. I was gonna get back into it last night, but I decided to do the laundry instead, which was probably worth it. I had no more clothing. I did that thing where I wait until I have no clothes to wear. Oh, okay, the steel chair's for Crow? Never mind. Give him another. Give him 2. You'll dual-wield that shit. Akimbo. Sword didn't help, and now I have neck pains. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, where are we at with the outlining? It's just line weighting now, right? And then we can get into the base colors? I think so. Cool. So the areas that immediately stand out to me are like this area up at the top of her head, since there's nothing above or in the background. She's gonna need to stand out a bit. So thicker outlines all around. The line leading down to the side of the head here, I would like it kind of subtly thickened. There we go. Steel chair, Todd, let me provide you with a baseball bat. You want wooden or metal? Are we gonna cork this bat as well? See if we get that extra distance. That's just not actually a thing, right? When people cork their bats. That doesn't actually make it fly any further. I actually have a fair amount of clothes. A lot of them are dupes, though. And I usually do laundry maybe 1 to 2 times a month. Yeah, I actually have the exact same thing, where I just have duplicates of clothes that I like. Because I essentially what usually happens is I buy a set of clothing on, like, Amazon or something. I wear it, and I'm like, yo, this is nice. This is real good. And then because I love it so much, I just go and buy another one. That's pretty much how it always goes. It's funny imagining Top being devoid of any sympathy. Yeah, I mean, it's like he kind of does that when it comes to any small waifu. If the character is short, Tot's just really quick to put his cleats on, you know? It's hard to stop him. It's like an impulse that we all just put up with for some reason. Steel bat, please. How would yeet a leg into the into a boom screen. I guess it'd be a very fitting way for her to go. And that reminds me, I still haven't drawn a leg. I intended to draw her, but instead, now that I think about it, I'm drawing Holo. Huh. Which is fine, I enjoy Holo. But I totally forgot that she was on my list of characters to draw. Well, hopefully the Holo does well. Yeah, I mean, it's in Tot's name. Oh, the Demolisher part. I could see it. I could see it. It helps against, what's it called? Choice paralysis? Wait, what helps against choice paralysis? Sorry? Is this still referring to the yeeting? Or no, maybe that's referring to the fact that I chose to draw Holo instead of a leg. Oh, no. Having multiple dupes of clothing. Sorry, I didn't even read the message that came right before it. But yeah, it does help. It does help. God, I love the Kazuya emotes. They're so good. Actually, I think... Do I have access to one of these? Because I was gifted a sub to Main Man. Let's see. Why can't I find his channel? Oh, there it is. Surely he has one of the Kazuya face. Oh, does he not? Oh, he kind of does. He's got that one. He's got this one. Feels like these are the only Kazuya faces. I feel like I'm surprised he doesn't have more. Although I will say, I do love Kaz as an emote. That one's pretty good. I still held on to the 0.42% for co-op. Oh shit. That was on our run, right? Unless you did another run where you got a little higher. Does that mean I also finished in top 0.42%? Man, part of me is a little sad that we didn't manage to make it into the top 100. I think we could have. I'm still so surprised that we ended up playing more optimally, or at least I thought we played more optimally in the final run, and yet we still scored lower. It's like, bro, what happened? What happened? I just noticed the pin. Her fragile grandma bones would be able to take it. Damn, no, I went from Diamond 8 to Diamond 5. I can't beat these guys. They're gods. Oh, in the arena? Wait. Diamond 5 is higher. That's good. That's a good thing. Unless you're saying that now you're at Diamond 5, you can't get any higher. In which case, I don't know. Have you optimized your teams? What are your team comps? You could always run an attack-oriented team. So if you have Black Shadow Scarlet, for example, she sucks at defense, but she's so good on attack. So my teams are, I guess you could say, asymmetrical. I used to run symmetrical teams for attack and defense, but now there are a whole bunch of units that suck on defense, but are really good at attacking people. So I exchanged regular Honest for Black Shadow Scarlet in my fast nuke team. And sometimes Black Shadow Scarlet just does so much damage she kills the person on the side, which can fuck up the other person's burst rotations. But I want to win my fights. Well, wouldn't that be winning? That'd be winning. Just to clarify, Taught Demolisher is, in fact, Taught Slayer, right? I believe so, yeah. He both demolishes and slays all Tots in the area. This is fair. I believe that's his Twitter handle. Went from Diamond... Oh, alright, that's... Team 1, Makima Pepper, Red Hood, Power Maid, Privity. Privity is an interesting choice. Wait, you're missing a couple of characters. Makima Pepper, Red Hood, that's 3. Oh, Power Maid, Privity, sorry. You're missing a comma. Okay, Power Maid, Privity, I see you. And we got more bot follows. I turned off the notifications so you guys can't see it. We've gotten more bot notifications than actual follows, man. I mean, I guess that's to be expected. It just kind of sucks. Hello, how's it going? Me a bot? What's going on, Alex? How's it going? No, you're not a bot. We got a whole bunch of bot follows just a second ago. We keep getting that. This is the second batch of bot follows, man. It fucking sucks. I mean, I already couldn't look at the stats from this stream regardless because of the first wave of bot follows, but now it's just mean heart. Now it's just mean spirited. Gonna wind down for bed, take care, Kevin. Yeah, no worries, Raw Green. I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to be here. Hopefully you have a wonderful rest of your night. And hopefully I can see you very soon. Top didn't lose an H in their name. I don't believe so. What's going on, by the way, Aureus? How's it hanging? Oh, and then let me look at your other teams. Team 2, Noah, Rapunzel, Scarlet, Biscuit, Polly. Oh, that's interesting. Team 3, 2B, Blanc Noir, B, Scarlet, Jackal. Ah, you're already using Black Shadow Scarlet. Do you... Oh, you don't have Summer Honest, do you? That does complicate things since she's so good. The Noah, Rapunzel, Scarlet, Biscuit, Polly team and the 2B Blanc, Noir, Black Shadow, Scarlet, Jackal team, they feel kind of suboptimal. You made 2 meh teams instead of 1 really good team and 1 bad team. Which might sound weird, but it's preferable to have a god tier team as opposed to 2 beatable teams. Like, let's say you put your... Instead of having an A team and a C team, you put 2 B teams. It's much easier to beat 2 B teams than to beat 1 A team. You see what I'm saying? So if I were you, I'd actually mix up... Actually, I do... Oh, you do have her. Switch out Maid Privity for Summer Honest. Don't do that just yet. Because you already have Red Hood in that team. Okay, so you're running Stall on your first team. You're running Stall on your second team. And then you're running... That last team's kind of just a little bit of everything. If you want my advice, Team 2 should look like... Do you have noise? Yeah, I would say move... Oh, this is so difficult to make a team. I could just check what I use. Since it looks like we have similar units. Or at least it doesn't... Like, we have similar units except you use power and Makima, so you actually have an easier time building a team. So I, for example, run Noah, Noise, Biscuit, Summer Honest, and Rapunzel in that order. The idea is that this is a stall team that counters Fast Nuke. Fast Burst Generation, Noah and Biscuit have synergy where Noah becomes a stall. Noah stalls for you to kill them with Summer Honest. This team is countered by a Scarlet that can quickly kill Honest with Retaliation. But otherwise, this team beats Fast Nuke while also being a really good stall team. You should run a Fast Nuke team. So the way I do it is I run Scarlet, Miracle Fairy Anne, which I guess you could replace for really any first 2 unit that has Fast Burst Generation. Senti, Black Shadow Scarlet, Jackal. Fast Burst Generation, Fast Nuke, high damage. And then the final team is just a combat power team. So just put a whole bunch of strong fucking units in one team. In my case, I put Blanc, Alice, Red Hood, Noir, and Drake. So the idea behind this team is it's a team that does a lot of damage. It doesn't specialize in anything, but because the combat power of all of these individual units is so high, it's really hard to beat this team because you need to put all your strong units in against them, if that makes any sense. Otherwise, you get shadow scaled to oblivion. You can alternatively use Modernia in a team like this, because Modernia is really bad in Arena, right? But Modernia tends to be a unit everybody has multiple copies of. So, or like a lot of people have as one of their strongest units. If you plop her in a team like that, the combat power difference she provides is usually enough to shadow scale the fuck out of the enemy. And when you shadow scale them, like, it doesn't matter if you have a bad team comp, you'll just beat them. I understood some of the words you said. Let's fucking go. Sorry, it was a lot of stuff. There we go. Okay. Forgot about the shadow scaling. Yeah, so you want a throwaway team whose only purpose is to provide high damage, and better yet, you have Makima. So, okay, Makima isn't super high combat power-wise, right? So, there's that. But she is crazy stall potential. So, you can ideally run that team pretty effectively with a Makima. Yeah. I don't know. You could go either way. Let's put it this way. You either build around Makima, just stalling time for your team to get full burst, or you build a team that's so powerful combat power-wise, people can't even challenge you. I'd actually say preferably that. Can you show the full drawing? Sure. And then I'll show it with the sketch underneath. There you go. Hopefully that makes sense. That's the sketch underneath, so I'm kind of fading it in and out to show you what I'm keeping, you know? Oh. There we go. Thank you, brother. Got you. I got you. Hopefully I'm able to, or hopefully those changes are able to get you just a little bit more. Oh my god. There's a Chinese Counter-Strike tournament going on right now, or a Counter-Strike tournament in China going on right now. And so I know a lot of you guys don't really care about CS, but I'm just going to talk about it right now because I feel like it. Team Liquid are playing, and Team Liquid have this roster that on paper should be really good, but they've been utter dog shit. Like, just so bad. Just unforgivably bad. And holy shit, they beat a team today. They won! They won a game! Let's fucking go! They did it! Holy shit, they've done it! When was the last time they managed to do anything? Liquid's had a rough run of it so far, right? Dude, it's nice. Oh man, I'm looking at the stats right now. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with Yakindar, man? -7 against Heroic? Dude, what happened to the Giga Chad fucking Yakindar from last year? Who just held W like Donk does now. And got a whole bunch of kills. Now he's just negative in every game. Like, massively so. He's had like the worst run form. Let's see, let's go last 3 months. His rating against top teams is a 1.0. Which for a character, you know, for the guy on the team that should be your third best player, that's pretty rough. The Summer Honest team you suggested is the team this one dude always kicks my ass with. It's good. It's kind of the meta team, if I'm being honest with you. It's the reason why I run it. Unfortunately, I can't beat anybody with that team because the people in my arena all got max core Summer Honest, and I have core 1 max or core 1 Summer Honest. The difference being that I kind of get the big fucked. Because even if the combat power on the teams is the same, they're just dishing out so much more damage. Haven't they changed players since they dunked on everyone though? Yeah. His in-game role might have changed. It changed a couple of times, for sure. But in terms of what he does now, it's what he did when he was, like, popping off in that Team Liquid roster that had Shocks and, Naf, Shocks, Elige, that, Nitro, that roster. The way he's playing now, he's playing a lot of the same positions as he did back then, but now he sucks for some reason. Probably, if you want my, you know, my armchair fucking analyst take on it, it's because he started IGLing. As someone who, when I played, obviously I played at a much lower level, right? But when I was playing at like semi-professional levels, when I switched to being an IGL, it broke the way I saw the game, kind of for the worse, and for the better in some areas. But like, I went from a player that was, I felt like I was super confident with my aim, and I would just take gunfights if I felt like. When I started to play the game as an IGL, it changed everything. I'm like staring at the radar, people run into my crosshair and I'm not looking. Stuff like that happens way more frequently. Now I'm worried about, oh, should I take this fight? Let's see, we got the man advantage. Do I really want to take this fight? You know, there's things like that. He's not IGLing now. He was IGLing for the last, like, 6 months on that horrible, horrible Rainwaker Patsy roster that they had, the European one. Shit fucking team. Luckily they're now an America's team, not an NA team per se, but they're majority American, if you count South America as well. And now he's back to just being a regular entry fragger. But I think that being an IGL just ruined his career. It ruins everyone's career. So few players become IGLs and then come back from that. Because it just fundamentally changes the way you see the game. Take, like, Seized. If you guys remember who Seized is, from Navi way back in the day. That was a player that was just a fucking Chad. With some of the nicest skin in all of CS as well. Just, it has to be mentioned. That guy's, like, beautiful. But, he became an IGL after being, like, a pretty consistent fragger for many years. His IGLing was bad, the team was losing a lot, he stops IGLing. But he remains bad. Despite the team looking fairly good, he remains, like, horrible. And then they remove him, and then they start succeeding. And it's just like, that was a player that was, like, never able to recover from being an IGL. Although recently he actually qualified to the major, only to get dropped because of visa issues, but... which is a bit sad for 9 Pandas, but it is what it is. Wait a minute, does Sakura's burst work in Arena? It'd be hella niche, but I'm curious. Yeah, it does. That's actually the reason why Black Shadow Scarlet's terrible at defense. It's actually exactly what you said right there. So she gets hard fucking countered by Scarlet, and it's not even funny. She, like, you invalidate one of their carries, essentially. So if you ever see somebody running Black Shadow Scarlet on defense, just run Sakura. Sakura sucks in the arena, but she invalidates one of the other players. She could invalidate potentially the DPS of the other team. So I see the the nice Ojo Sama laugh. It sounds like someone is running Black Shadow Scarlet against you. Is that right? Yeah, Scarlet just beats the ever-living shit out of Black Shadow Scarlet. Or not Scarlet, sorry, Sakura. Beats the ever-living shit out of Black Shadow Scarlet. Just completely invalidates her. Wallaha, Habibi, hope I'm saying your name properly. What's up, what's up? If you want to check out the Discord, link's going to be right there. It'll ask you for verification through something called the Ataha bot. It'll just message you and say, like, hey, can you do this CAPTCHA? Just do the CAPTCHA, don't do anything else. And then you'll have access to the server. Still lost, but that's very good to know. That's fair. What does IGL mean? It means in-game leader. So that's the guy that's like your shot caller, right? In Counter-Strike, the shot caller has to pay attention to so many different things. Where if you're a regular player, you can be a really, really good aimer. You can be a really good player in a lot of respects because you're only focusing on yourself. You don't have to focus at the at the bigger picture, right? So a lot of like new upcoming players, the best thing you can do is give them a good IGL who puts them in the right position and then just tells them play how you want it, right? And then that guy is able to just focus on his game. But if the IGL is doing that, the IGL is having to think about his game on top of his own game, on top of the rest of the team and where the round is at, how much time's left on the clock, what strat are we going to pull out if we're going to pull out something. That's why the IGL is hard. And when you become an IGL, you have to see the game differently than a regular player. But when you do that, like a lot of people get good at the game because they have a good intuitive understanding of Counter-Strike. Not that they are like some amazing god tier player with the best game sense on the planet. They have a good intuitive feel. And when you become an IGL, you can't have an intuitive feel. You need to be able to, in words, describe the way the game plays, right? And when you do that, it just, again, it changes the way you see the game. So when you stop IGLing, yeah, you might not need to stare at your radar as much, but you're going to do it anyway because you were an IGL. You're paying attention to what is fundamentally, on paper, good. And that, you know, once you lose that intuitive feeling for the game, it's gone. Arnasta. Hopefully I'm saying your name properly. Yeah, thanks very much for tuning in. I actually see you in the chat as well, and I hope that you're having a wonderful day. Also, thank you so very much to Foxy Rain for dropping the raid. Hello, hello. Let's see if I can get you a shout out here. If you guys have not seen Foxy Rain's channel, please make sure you guys are supporting her. She does some really, really wonderful stuff. I was actually lurking in your stream a bit. I saw what you were working on. It looked pretty hype. More Sister Rain stuff, right? So I'm always excited for stuff to that effect. But to everybody jumping in who might not know who I am, hello, I'm Captivate. I like to draw big anime titties, and right now we're drawing Holo. New Spice and Wolf is airing right now, so I wanted to do my part in spreading the word. You know. Hope you have a great stream. Hey, thank you so very much for being here. Thank you so very much for the raid. I hope that if you're gonna be heading out, and hopefully you get plenty of rest, and then hopefully you enjoy the rest of your night or day. I guess it could be either, right? I like Holo, she's so cute. Dude, I'm so happy that there's a remake of Spice and Wolf. I've been wanting it for years, and knowing that we're finally in the season where we get our Spice and Wolf remake, and knowing that it's a full 25 episode season. I love the new art style, like everything I'm loving so far. So far, looking pretty hype, and you know, I'm excited for the next episode to drop tomorrow. Jaravi, thanks very much for the follow, appreciate that. Hello, hello. Also, Sepler, what's up? What's up? We've been brought into the Captivate TV. We're doing our best. We're doing our best. Hopefully, you're having a great day, Sepler. It's been a bit. I'm on volume 2 of the novel right now, and I love it, dude. What is it? The writing in Spice Wolf is just so good. I really want to get into the novels, like maybe some audiobook form version of them. From what I heard. Maybe this is wrong, but I think there is an audiobook for Spice and Wolf, and it's done by the dub voice actress to Holo, if I understood that right. And if that's the case, I'd be down. I actually initially found the series through the Funimation channel on TV, and obviously on TV they use the dub as opposed to the sub. So, you know, for me, the first voice I had ever heard for Holo was the dub voice, and she does an excellent job. Sorry, I slurred my words together. She does an excellent job. So it'd be really cool to hear a, an audiobook with her voice at the helm, you know? There's 8, oh wow. Are they all available? Probably on like Audible or something? I would totally buy it. Wonder if we'll get Chobits remake in time for the AI robo anime waifu walking among us humans. I would love that. I fucking love Chobits. I talk about it to this day. Chobits probably colored my my tastes in anime, cause it was one of the first anime I've actually sought out. Like I went out of my way to seek that series out to watch it, because as a kid I remember my sister showed it to me, and I remember I stopped watching it after like 2 episodes because I was like 6, 7 at the time or something. And I was like, oh, there's so many girls in this show, and they're all like so near naked. This is like a girl show. Only girls would watch this. My god. Guys wouldn't be caught dead watching it. Only to find out years later it's actually meant for guys. Like that's the reason there are so many like half-naked girls. And I went on to, after I sought out watching series like Naruto and Bleach, part of me was like, oh, there's some other anime that I remember. Oh, what about that one that my sister was showing me like way back when? So I went and I watched it, and I loved it. One of my favorite anime of all time. I like how dark Chobits got the more you watched it. It came out of left field, but it was great, honestly. I know a lot of people, when the anime came out, were kind of mad that the anime took so many filler episodes to just do slice of life stuff. But dude, I don't know, I love the slice of life stuff too. Like, I love the narrative, but I also love the slice of life. And I think that the anime did a good job kind of balancing the two, so... I don't know, just... I've always been a fan of the angle of, like, cute girls doing cute things. It's always been something I've enjoyed. My exposure to Spice and Wolf was through clips as a kid. I was confused why everyone was clothed but Holo was naked. You know, I kind of had a similar feeling. I think the first episode of Spice and Wolf I watched, again, it was on TV. I watched season 2, episode 0. And there were a whole bunch of flashbacks to what had happened previously in season 1 in that episode. And so many of them had just naked Holo, and I was, you know, I was like 14 at the time. I'm like, holy shit, naked anime girl, oh my god, that's crazy. So then I watched the show, and then I fell in love with Holo's personality. I love characters that just quit back. But not in like the Marvel way, more in like the I'm your equal kind of way, so treat me as your equal. Does that make any sense? It doesn't feel quite so condescending. Let's see. Me seeing Naruto's sexy jutsu was the beginning of my downfall. Your descent to the dark side. It was as controversial as about as controversial as the arrival of Bulma. Wasn't that in the first episode of Dragon Ball? Honestly, was Bulma arriving actually really controversial? That's actually something I've never known. I guess I could see it. I mean, given all of the things that happened in that area around that time in Dragon Ball, you know, I could totally see that being a really, really controversial thing. And yes, they're on Audible. Okay. So I do wonder if I go to Holo dub voice, I see Brina Palencia. And then if I go to Audible and look up Spice and Wolf, do I see that it's voiced by Brina? I do not, actually. Oh, wait. Oh, no, I do. It's right there. Oh, shit. And it's also voiced by Michael Tatum. Is that the guy that does Craft Lawrence as well? Let's go Craft Lawrence. Yeah, wow, they actually got the original voice, the dub voice actors to do it. That'll be a good time. I'll probably listen to those. Because again, it's one of the few shows I started dubbed because I watched it on TV. And because of that, like, I so strongly associate those characters with their dub voices. I know that that's like, I don't know, unpopular. Most people are like, fuck dubs. And usually almost always I prefer the sub. But that's one of those series where it's like, it just feels so comfy to hear the original voices that I kind of got used to. It's like Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball's like the other series where I got used to the dub voices. Actually, I can name a couple more. Baka and Test and Future Diaries, or Mirai Nikki. Although that one I chose to watch the dub because I couldn't stand the main character's sub voice because it was so high-pitched and kind of annoying. Whereas in the dub, they gave him like kind of a normal dude's voice, and I preferred that. No, the dub for Spice and Wolf is a great dub. I've heard people really like the dub to that one. It's just a lot of the time people dislike dubs. You know? Sometimes dubs are straight up bangers, and sometimes they make questionable decisions. Or sometimes they're right in the middle. You know? Like right now, I literally listed the 3 things it could possibly be. I know. Genius. But, like right now I'm I'm rewatching Mushoku Tensei with my sister. And she prefers actually watching dub anime, not because of the voices per se, but more specifically, like, she has an easier time understanding a lot of the info coming her way. So, like, when she watched Steins Gate initially in Japanese, she was just totally lost. Whereas when she heard it in dub, she kind of was able to keep up with the plot. So I opted, like, hey, maybe we could just watch it in dub. I hear that the Mushoku Tensei voices are quite good. And I think most of them are, but occasionally there's a voice that I just don't like. And it's kind of annoying because they'll pop up a lot. Unfortunately, I really dislike how Eris is done in the dub. She comes across as, like, bratty and annoying the entire time you know her. Which works really well when you first meet her. But, like, she's not really a spoiled brat later in the show. So giving her the spoiled brat voice really doesn't fit. And to be fair, like, in Japanese, her voice doesn't change as the show goes on either. But the difference is they gave her a spoiled brat voice in English in particular. and then kept it that way. Whereas in Japanese, it wasn't really that wasn't the vibe. It was just kind of a powerful voice. Madogi. Thanks very much for dropping the follow. Hopefully you're having a great day. I'm not sure if I'm saying your name properly, so correct me if I'm wrong. And then the other one she doesn't like is, or rather, the other one that she had a problem with, which I feel like is fair, which I feel is fair, is Rudy's internal head voice in the dub. Because in Japanese, he sounds like he's got a deep voice, but he's a very soft-spoken person, and that's kind of the vibe. Whereas the voice you get in English kind of plays up the fact that he's fat and a loner. And to be fair, totally fitting. Totally fitting. But, you know, she kind of hears it as, like, annoying to listen to. And yeah, I kind of get it. God help your soul once you listen to English dub Persona. Is she that bad? I'm going to give it a bit of a preview. I'm going to spoil myself real quick. Is English dub Persona that terrible? Because I like Persona a lot as a character. I'm just gonna give it a quick peek. Just a small little peek. Hold on. Audio, English. Okay, let's give it a listen. I'm gonna pause the music. Okay, she's yelling in this scene, so I feel like I'm not having a good idea of what she's supposed to sound like. Still trying to find Persona talking. Oh, here we go. Did they give her a Valley Girl accent? Is that what I'm hearing? She has that, like, Valley Girl lisp. At least in this one line that I'm hearing. Is that here as well? Not just a Valley Girl accent, a shitty caricature of a Valley Girl accent. I mean, I guess she does have an accent in Japanese as well. So maybe that's just how they interpreted it. That's interesting, though. Huh. But yeah, I wasn't able to find that many lines of her just now. So I kind of had to extrapolate what that would sound like. But I heard the lisp. I heard the typical, like, Valley Girl cadence. Which I guess... I mean, does she have an accent in Japanese? I'm trying to remember. I thought she did. Maybe I'm making that up. Maybe they just decided that that would fit her character. Which... I mean, I don't know. I guess kind of. Because from the boonies of the forest, I guess it works. But the Valley Girl accent's not for... That's like your Southern California typical, like, girl accent. Where you hear like a whole bunch. I wouldn't... When I think Valley Girl accent, I don't think, you know, the country. Or the countryside. I think rich girl living in, like, the city. That's what Valley Girl accent is. Let's go to the Starbies. Do they say that, Starbies, instead of Starbucks? After this? That is... I've never heard that term used before. I hope it's not a thing, but it probably is. Sadly it is. Another weird outlier of the English dub is Cliff. Normally he's really good, but for whatever reason, whenever Cliff gets mad, his actor decides, I'm turning into Sasuke now. Interesting. I need to hear that. Who's his voice actor then? Is it the guy that voice acts Sasuke? What's his name? Yuri Lowenthal? Mushoku Tensei dub. Cliff Grimoire. No, it's Bry McKeand. Huh. Today I learned the slang zaddy, and I want to ungoogle zaddy. No, I've never heard of this. Now you're making me. Zaddy, a sexually attractive man, especially an older one who is fashionable or charismatic. I've never heard of this word. Oh lord, it's daddy? But why the Z? I don't understand. Unless it's supposed to be like Zoomer. What is that Z supposed to be? The ones I've also heard say fuck like Fike. What? The ones I heard also say fuck like Fike and it triggers me? Who does that? I've never heard of that. I live in SoCal. Like the typical Valley Girl accent's just what you hear everywhere. And I've never heard that. The fuck? It's DILF but for Zoomers? While you're looking up the English dub cast, who did Rudy's inner monologue? Let's see. Mushoku Tensei Rudy dub. Maybe this would be easier to find on my anime list. Let's go to Rudy. Okay, so Rudy is listed as Ben Phillips and Morris Madeline. Okay, so Madeline Morris does the kid voice for sure, because that's a girl. And then Phillips Ben is probably his old guy voice. And yeah, he looks exactly as you'd expect. DILF but for... Oh, I already read that. I live in the Bay Area, and I've never heard of that. Is this the Bay Area? Out of curiosity. Because I live in a different Bay Area. But, like the SoCal one. But, does NorCal have the same Valley Girl accent? Is that a thing? I know they say hella. I know that's a thing. That one's grating on the ears. But, like, other than that... Do you hear, like, typical Valley Girl up there, too? I guess to be fair, when I think of... Or rather, the Valley is an area, and I don't live in the Valley. Yet the Valley Girl accent is spread to SoCal, like the greater SoCal area. Whereas the Valley's, like, more north and more inland. So, maybe it makes sense that it's spread all around. If it's spread to SoCal, why wouldn't it spread to NorCal? Damn, I really thought Inner Rudy was voiced by Ian Sinclair. That's the guy that does, Isn't that the guy that does the audiobooks? Nah, it's definitely a very different guy. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, Ian Sinclair does the Mushoku Tensei audiobooks on Audible? Yeah, he does. Nah, it's a very different voice. Very different. Like I said, I like his take on Rudy's inner voice. I think it sounds really good. I just kind of wish he didn't do the voices for the other characters too. But his voice for Rudy's inner monologue is perfect. Like perfect. Couldn't imagine it any other way. Who's Cliff? It's a character in Mushoku Tensei's second season. Cliff Grimoire. Valley Girl is all over the place in my opinion, from the East Coast all the way to the West Coast. Yeah, maybe it's spread. It comes from the Valley, but everywhere uses it now. Thankfully, there are no Valley Girls here. If there are, they're in the city where the tourists stay. Well, fair enough. They have their own culture, but I wouldn't doubt it if they do have surfer accents. I mean, I don't know. The surfer accent's really rare. People associate that with the beach. Dude, when you go to the beach, nobody speaks like that. Nobody speaks like that. To be fair, when I worked at Baskin Robbins, there was one dude that speaked in that accent, so it's not like it doesn't exist anywhere, but it's rare to hear. For every like 1,000 people you'll like walk around and listen to on the streets, like as you're roaming up and down the beach, maybe one of them will have the surfer accent. Maybe. But it is incredibly fucking rare. They're like, I don't know. How do I describe it? They're like a needle in a haystack. Like, they're so abnormal that it catches your ear. And you're like, whoa, does he actually speak like that? Is that just his voice? Because, like, I don't know, when I walk around, I don't hear people going, dude, bro, you see those gnarly waves? They're so fucking gnar, brother. So fucking, oh my god, dude. Like, nobody actually talks like that. Except for, again, the one needle in the haystack. Where, again, you almost have to double take when you hear it. Because it's just like, holy shit, you're real. You exist. What the fuck? Tripping over, dude. The worst part is, though, when you do hear a surfer, dude, they actually do unironically speak like that. That is a thing. Like, they will talk about how they shredded some gnarly weight. Like, that is just a thing. The meme is real and is in real life. Yes, but it's rare, and the vast majority of people do not speak that way. They have the vast majority of people at the beach have the Hollywood accent, aka the California accent. Or, well, actually, it's different from the California accent, funnily enough. But the Hollywood accent that you would hear in the movies. The vast majority of people in California have that accent. It's very rare you even hear the Californian accent in California. The Californian accent being where you push all the vowels to the front of your mouth. I can't even do it because it takes a lot of thought. But it'd be like, if I tried to talk, it would talk. I would sound a little something like this. It's hard. I can't even do it. There's actually the guy with this accent that I think of immediately is the guy who made all those Coney 2012 things way back in the day. That guy has the Californian accent. I don't remember what his name is. I guess I could look it up. Who did the Coney 2012 stuff? What was his name? Jason Russell. I guess that's him. The guy that like lost his mind and went streaking out in the streets because he was just having a mental breakdown. That guy. He has the Californian accent. So if you want to hear a typical Californian accent, that guy has it. And yeah, that accent is also very rare. Not as rare as the surfer dude accent. You definitely hear the Californian accent more. But, you know, maybe 1 out of 100 people. Again, the vast majority of people have the Hollywood accent. Although people can tell you're from California just by the way that you speak, to be fair. You could call that an accent. It's more word choice. People from California tend to say dude more often. People from California, whenever we talk about the highways, we use the word the in front of them. The, I don't know, 405, the 110, the I-10. Whereas apparently you don't actually say that anywhere else, and I can't imagine what that sounds like. Take I-10 here until you reach here, then turn onto East 105. That just sounds so bad. Like, what the fuck? That sounds horrible. You need the. You need it. It's absolutely necessary. How did it get brought up? Did somebody... Yes. Persona in the English dub of Mushoku Tensei apparently has a Valley Girl accent. And just from the one clip I saw, yeah, she has it. Mind you, I don't know how strong it is, because I only saw 2 clips of her speaking, and in one of them I couldn't hear it, and in the other one she had that Valley Girl lisp that they speak with. You beat Zero in the minigame. God damn. You've been trying at it this whole time. Congrats though. That shit's hard, dude. I can't get past 6.8k. Interstates have names, so you can treat the numbers as names instead of titles, I guess? Interstates have names, so you can treat the numbers as names instead of titles. Is that's in terms of saying the beforehand, right? So I guess I'm treating it like a title, but they're treating it like names. Like, you go over there and talk to Kevin. You go over there and use the and use I-110. God, that's so weird. That's so weird. I can't do it. I can't. Trying to speak like that's genuinely so difficult. It feels like I'm speaking broken English. Rusty, World War I Bayonet, thanks very much for dropping the follow. Hopefully you're having a great day yourself. For a second I thought you guys were talking about Holo getting Valkyrie. No. Yeah, like 405 being seen as the name. You don't say the Kevin. Yeah, I see it now when you describe it that way. But it still feels like broken English. I don't know. Lucian Fi, yo, thanks very much for dropping the raid. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let me see if I get you a shout out here. There we go. Shout out, of course, to Lucian Fi. If you guys want to stop on by and check out Lucian's channel, going to be right there. And out of curiosity, how'd your stream go? That's Boston sounding. Which one's Boston sounding? When you add the or when you just say it? I feel like when you add the, it suddenly sounds proper. You know? The 405 freeway. You know, makes sense. I guess I see it more as a label to a noun rather than a name. Because when you treat it like a name, it sounds weird. But when you treat it like a noun, it makes sense. The Kevin the I-110. But the thing is, I don't know. I don't see it as a name. How do I put it? The AMC movie theater. AMC is the name of the movie theater, but I'm talking about the movie theater. So, the movie theater. And then I'm using AMC as like a way to describe it because that's its name. The AMC movie theater. The I-110 freeway. But then we just remove the freeway part after, because if I'm talking about the I-110, you know I'm talking about the freeway named the I-110. So it's the I-110. It's just a faster way of saying it. But apparently it's not actually faster, because you would just cut out the as well. Which just sounds weird. It makes sense, and it's actually more efficient, but it sounds so wrong. Over here, if you're going to the other side of the island, you'd say, take the H tree, and take the like cut off, and drive down till you reach the Klein on the left. You know? That, yeah, that one. What the fuck? That's actually broken English. Yeah, that's a bit. It was good. I was more in the mood to draw than I thought. Well, that's good. That's always a pleasant surprise. When you start drawing and you kind of like hype yourself up into it. I think that's a good time. But in reality, if I was actually speaking on like what we should say, technically it's more efficient to just remove the. But it just, again, it just sounds wrong. It sounds horrible. I feel like there's only so much we can cut and have the language sound good, you know? Take the second exit in the roundabout. I still don't know what a roundabout is. They don't have those here. I think somebody told me about a roundabout on the stream, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then I looked it up. Yeah, what the fuck am I looking at? What is this? How do you even drive on one of these? This is the most confusing shit I've ever seen. These just don't exist in SoCal, man. Not a single one? No, I've never driven on a roundabout. And I've driven through LA traffic, like, pretty much all over LA. Never seen a single fucking roundabout. It's bad road design? It looks like bad road design! I think you're right. It looks so complicated. Like, what the fuck am I looking at? What are all these lines? What is the point? They're a billion times more safe than an intersection? Is it because it's a constant flow of traffic or something? Because I see that there are no lights here, right? It's just yields and crosswalks. They're absolute hell with... Oh, I can't imagine this with a fuck ton of traffic. How do you even know where to go? They're more complicated than an intersection, but they have a constant flow of traffic, so you just don't stop. I guess I could see the benefit. Man, I don't know. Whatever roundabout is to keep the flow of traffic, minimal risk to others. Does it actually work? Or like in the basis of... So obviously in SoCal, we've got pretty bad traffic, but there's obviously way more people in SoCal, like more densely packed than like just about anywhere else in America. So having high traffic is a thing. Would roundabouts actually make it any better, or they just make it way fucking worse? Because what happens if there's a crash in a roundabout, man? Like, that just backs up everything, right? Actually, one of the pictures here is there was a crash in a roundabout and just traffic on all 4 streets got fucked. Whereas if there's a crash on like an intersection, only 2 sides of the street would get fucked, as opposed to all 4. To me, roundabouts are good luck figuring this shit out. Interesting. Wait, dead ends. Why would it be a dead end? It's the same as cul-de-sacs. I actually experienced a cul-de-sac for the first time in high school. That was interesting. Because they do exist, but they're rare as shit. It is hard to find cul-de-sacs. But I found out that there's this one neighborhood where one of my friends lives that has cul-de-sacs. And I was like, holy shit, a cul-de-sac. I watched Ed, Edd n Eddy. I know what this is. But yeah, there are very few of them. Like I can only name a couple of cul-de-sacs I've ever seen. They are not common. Oh, that's probably the case everywhere, I'd imagine. What if you replace the word "the" with "a"? It feels better. For the... When I'm describing freeways? So instead of saying take the 405, take a 405. Sounds awful. Yo, take a 405 freeway, and then go turn left and take a I-110. And take an I-110. Nah. What's the shortest way to spell empty? E-M-P-T-Y? Am I wrong? This is probably a joke, right? Well, I don't... MPT. I get it. My grandparents live in a cul-de-sac. It's surprisingly cozy. Yeah, it's really interesting seeing all the houses just like, I don't know, packed so densely together. Maybe it'll make you closer to your neighbors. Like if you're in such close proximity, I imagine you'd probably know your neighbors a bit better. Used to live in one, made me feel like Ed, Edd n Eddy. I have a few here and there in Canada. It's not more complicated than using a stop sign. The roundabout, I imagine. I don't know. Dude, it looks complicated as fuck. It just feels like there's so many unnecessary lines. And, like, dotted lines, crosswalks. They look so crazy looking. I mean, I guess some of these are kind of simple, but not really. Actually, no, not at all. Yeah, shit's just weird. I feel like it's not very intuitive. I don't know. There's no way people know how to use a roundabout without being taught how to use a roundabout. I refuse to believe that. I literally see right here how to use a roundabout correctly. As I'm just searching Google images. I don't know. It's so complicated. It's not intuitive. And I think ideally, when it comes to road structures, they should be intuitive. Skill issue. I mean, it is, but like, you can understand from the perspective of somebody who's never seen a roundabout. If I was just driving and then I walked into, or I drove into a roundabout, how the fuck would I use that? I genuinely don't know. Like, realistically, I'd follow the flow of traffic, but I wouldn't know what I was doing. If I was in a roundabout alone, I'd definitely fuck it up. It's strange not taught anywhere, everywhere. Like, that definitely wasn't taught to me. The roundabout? I've never seen a roundabout. Like, what am I don't know. Here's a picture of a roundabout. What am I looking at? What the fuck is happening here? So this guy's doing a U-turn, right? Or he could go this way. Or what the fuck is this? What? So I imagine you can't do this? Because this guy's always supposed to turn to that lane? I feel like that's not super obvious. I feel like none of this is obvious. I don't know. I have to think about that. It's just a fancy four-way stop, but there are no stop signs. Do you stop for it? Most roundabouts are a single lane. The right lane is to turn right and straight. The outer lane is for the first... Wait, what? So this guy can't just go this way. Is that right? If he wanted to go that way, he'd have to get into this lane? Because this person's turning into... Fuck, that's confusing, dude. The left lane can't turn right. Wait, but he does. He literally does. Left lane turns right. Because otherwise, if he goes straight, he goes back around. So this is him turning right. What? You yield for the round and then slowly... By yield, do you mean stop? When I say yield, I think drive slowly. Not stop completely. Sorry, he can't take the first right. Oh my god, what are these rules? What the fuck? God, that's so fucking confusing. Yield means stop and give way to the other driver. Interesting. Give way. Got you. What is this pinned message? Oh, Tot decided that he was he wanted to describe the rules of engagement when it came to tossing tiny anime girls, like paperbacks, or like soccer balls, perhaps. But then he decided that the line was that you couldn't cross was leader, because leader is like an old granny, and if you throw her old granny bones might not be able to take it. Funny thing is, you have to defend liking the dub by cushioning it with I like most subs. A lot of the time it is that way, yeah. The roundabout's stupid, too confusing. Yeah, it's too confusing, I don't understand it. Shit's weird. In a two-lane roundabout, the inner lane can turn right, but not straight away. They need to lane shift between exits from inner to outer lane, then they could turn. Do you guys see how complicated this is? Just make a fucking four-way, just a four-way stop sign, it's fine. It's fine. The inner lane can turn right, but not straight away. Why not, though? They need to left lane shift Or rather, they need to lane shift between exits from inner to outer lane, then turn. This is like so fucking confusing, guys. I think roundabouts are just shit. This is shit. What am I listening to? The four-way stop might be simple, but it's also shit. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it isn't shit. But God, is it simple? Why complicate driving? Why complicate life when, you know, people are like in a death machine on wheels? Why are we trying to complicate shit? Just keep it all simple. Keep it all easy. Don't let people complicate things. People make mistakes. You know what I mean? I wouldn't want to be driving in a roundabout knowing that, like, oh, this shit's complicated. If this is the first time in a roundabout, like, people are gonna have accidents. This is a bad time. You know what I mean? Lights. But lights at a roundabout because the road got too congested, which defeated the purpose of it. I was gonna say, does that not just immediately defeat the purpose if there's a light? Apparently it does. The more easy it is to drive a car, the more bad people on the road. I feel like bad drivers are going to be on the road regardless. You know what I mean? Like, people are new to getting their license and shit like that. I feel like we need to make it as easy for those people to not crash as humanly possible. We should be catering to the idiots. And in this case, I would be one of those idiots that doesn't know how to use a roundabout. Because what the fuck is a roundabout? You know what I mean? They don't exist here in LA. Don't need to know how to drive in one of them. The best part of a roundabout is that it's hard to blow through it really fast and cause a really bad traffic accident. Makes sense. Getting a driver's license in Japan is very, very difficult, I heard, but you don't hear a lot of traffic accidents happening there. Okay, I see the angle. But, yeah, I can't say I know enough about the infrastructure of Japan to say one way or the other. Is that to say that accidents don't happen there, or that we just don't hear about them? So there's a big difference. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. Give me just like a minute or two. There you go. Okay, figured I'd hop into the tail end of the stream. How are the longer streams treating you? It seems like it's going pretty well so far. I guess we'll see. But yeah, I'll be right back. One moment. I'm going to make that anime girl thigh energy drink. So, I'm gonna need to carbonate, bottle this, and grab some Capco from my garage. So I'll be right back. Okay guys, I did it. Look at that. Now, ignore the incredibly sus color that it turned out. This stuff's pretty good, but I basically just took Calpico and a carbonated anime girl thigh formula, and that's why it has this milky white texture to it that is slightly on the orange side. Ah, yes, lemonade. Wait, what was that? Nothing else at all. Lemonade. I mean, it's more orange, you know? It's more orange than anything else. Also, check DMs. I can do that. Give me a moment. Welcome back officially. Well, thank you. Thank you. Ooh, progress is looking really good. I'm liking the skin rendering on this one as well. Skin rendering's been going really nice. Also, I see what you're doing with the, what is it, the fishnets? Very nice, very nice. Whew. When I added the Calpico to this, it was like pretty much full to the brim, as you can kind of see there. Try to be very careful with pouring it. I'm hoping it kept some of the carbonation. Kind of. It's barely there, but it did keep a little bit of the carbonation. Okay. I can taste the carbonation, at the very least. Like that like slight stinging sensation. So it's good. Oh. Itsumi's milk. Dude. Yo, you right. I mean, if that's what it tastes like, I mean, I'm chugging that shit all day. All I'm saying. All I'm saying. Also, let me open up the, let me go back here. One moment. Okay. There we go. It's really cold outside, so hopefully that is able to air out the room really quickly. What was it? How did it end up smelling like a man's room? I think it smells like a pump. Wait, what was that in reference to? Sorry. Feared I'd hop. Oh, I read that. How are the longer streams treating you? I think I read that as well. But yeah, they're going pretty well. Or at least I think. I don't really know. I don't know if it's making any difference that I'm streaming earlier and streaming for longer. Maybe it's making a difference. But I don't know. It'll be something that I'll have to check, kind of, you know, I'll have to do it for like a month straight, and then see if I notice any like tangible sort of growth in that regard. Lore fact: Itsumi's milk tastes like whatever the last flavor of gamer sub she has ingested in the last 24 hours. Dude, if I say that, can I get a sponsorship with gamer subs? Yeah, if that, can I advertise it that way? I'm sure they wouldn't mind. If that's what I need to get the gamer subs merch, how do I say it? If that's what I need to say in order to get like my own cup with them for my own characters, I mean, I'm down. Actually, I have no idea how you get in contact with them as far as like making designs for original characters. Like maybe they just wouldn't care. I should ask what is it? Foxy Rain, how she does it. Because I've talked to people over there, but not for my own stuff, just like on the basis of me making cups, right? I'm probably not a big enough creator for them to care to make for them to care about making merch for someone like me, but I do wonder how those things start, you know? Alice Jam, what's up? Hopefully you're having a great day. I'm gonna get some sleep since I have work tomorrow, but it's nice to see you streaming amazing light work. Well, thank you, thank you. Hopefully you get plenty of rest before your day tomorrow, right? You know, take care, take it easy, and I hope that I can see you very soon. Like I said, I wanted to... So even though, maybe for any other piece, I probably would just start base coloring right now. I think the piece looks, or the line art's sufficiently clean. But because I want to use this as an example for my outline tutorial, I'm going to make sure that the outlines on this piece are incredibly clean. So, you know, apologies that I'm going to be sitting here doing outlining for longer than I normally would. Let's get more to drink. You know, that does make me wonder if do any of the flavors at GamerSupps have like a milky taste? Or a milky sort of consistency? None of the ones that I know of, but Teostra the Monsoon. Teostra the Monsoon, thank you very much for dropping the follow. I hope you're having a great day. We're just working on some outlining here for the holo piece, and so far it's going pretty nicely. Which the directions for roundabout more straightforward. I believe in the whole renewing driver's permit ideas. As in, like, you'd have to take the test again or something? Still shocked to me that Cosmo isn't responsible for the absolute banger. Oh, for the song that was just playing? The train song? Is that not Cosmo? Man, I really like this opening. Honestly, one of my favorite opening songs for any Tekken game. I've gotta say. It's so fucking hype. Like, how can you not side an apology? How could you not accept Jin Kazama's apology when this is like blaring in the background as he becomes the protagonist again? You know what I mean? Tag privilege. I mean, yeah. Does it really matter if I use non-screen graphics tablet or screen tablet? No, it doesn't matter. It's personal preference at the end of the day. I prefer to look down and see like my hand drawing the lines. That being said, I'm still looking at the screen. So is it that different? Like, no, I could draw with an on-screen tablet pretty well. You know, if I had a more ergonomic setup for doing that, I might. Who knows? That way I don't have to crane my neck down. For a lot of people, it'd actually be better to not have a screen tablet, funnily enough. It's just the screen tablets are higher quality, you know? Generally. I know people who have screen tablets, and they just use them like Intuos, if that makes any sense. So they'll put their reference on their tablet, and then they'll draw with their tablet while looking at their primary monitor, not the tablet. So, I mean, does it really matter at the end of the day if you have a screen tablet or non-screen? Nah, it doesn't matter. Hey, Sailor Mao, what's up? What's up? Hopefully life's been treating you nicely, of course. Let me get the thicker outline here. Since I feel like the hair on this side's kind of hard to make out, like where it starts. do feel like the outline here might be a little much. I'll probably end up having to paint over it so that it doesn't look quite so out there, I guess. You just greeted me, been in chat a solid half hour, but no problem. I was about to go on a tangent. Did I greet you by name though? I don't know if I greeted you by name. I mean, I definitely read your message, but did I say like, "Yo, Sailor Mao, what's up"? I feel like that was the first time I said it. Yeah, even though I have totally been talking to you this whole time. Yeah, I feel like that was the first time I said, "What's up, Sailor Mao?" I guess I just wasn't paying attention until now. Man, it's been a bit. How goes life? how goes things? What's up? You probably get this a lot. I love seeing it. But I'll love to see an art tutorial from you. Actually, that's one of the things I'm working on right now, funnily enough. To Nerui-san, I appreciate you being here. But yeah, one of the reasons why I'm working so, hopefully diligently, on this outline is because I'm making an outlining tutorial. I've actually got it scripted out and everything. I still have the script right here. It'll be about a 15-minute video based on the script, assuming I don't add or change anything from this point onwards. But I just need visuals. So this piece I'll use as an example of like what I'm looking for, but that's why I want to make sure that this piece's outline's like pristine. You know what I mean? No, you hadn't greeted me. I said something when I entered though. Yeah, I definitely did read your messages, but I think I must have like, I don't know, I must have seen your name and then just intuited it as somebody else. So that I just spoke as if, you know, as if you'd been here the whole time. Which, I mean, you have been for a bit, but like when you jumped in earlier, right? I was just in lock-in mode? Maybe. I feel like, I don't know, maybe there's somebody else in chat that had like a pink medium-length name. Actually, as I scroll up, no, that's not the case. You're like the only pink medium-length name. I don't know why... Yeah, why didn't I process your name? I don't know. Very strange. Yeah, people need to retake the test. Yeah, that makes sense. It'd be so much extra work, though. My god. Oh yeah, I literally recognize people by the length of their name, their badges, and the color of their name before I actually read the word. Like, some people I just associate so strongly with the color that I can't see them as anything else. Also, Lumiere gives tier 1 sub over to Nevi-san. I appreciate that. Lumiere, thank you so very much for all the support, dude. Honestly, just tons and tons of gifted subs in the last month or so, and it has been very helpful, so thank you so very much for the support. And I do hope that everything's going alright. Don't want to be this guy, but ads happen when you answer my question. Oh, okay, so as far as... let me know if you can hear me, and then I'll talk about it. DLN, what's up? Hopefully you're having a great day. Fires Hash as well, what's up? Hopefully I'm the only green. There are plenty of green names, but there aren't many green names that are that color of green, at least. Loud and clear. Okay, so one of the reasons I'm working so hard on the outlining right now is because I plan to do an outline tutorial using this as my visual, actually. So... in terms of me doing more tutorial videos, I actually do intend to do that. It's one of the reasons why I'm dual streaming to Twitch and YouTube. Like, yeah, the YouTube streams haven't been, like, popping off or anything. But just, I don't know, I kind of want it... I want my YouTube channel to be active before I post a new video, if that makes any sense. Sailor Matt, thanks very much for the 69 biddies. I appreciate that. Thank you. Badge. Hopefully you got your badge, of course, but thank you. But yeah, I want to do an outlining tutorial. I want to do some video essay type content. So it's going to be, I don't know, a whole bunch of different content. I don't want to like put myself in the one niche, I guess you could say. Because I think with art tutorial videos, there will come a point where it's like, well, what else do I talk about art tutorial wise? I feel like there's very little, you know. So I don't want to pigeonhole myself solely into doing art tutorial stuff. So I am going to do art tutorial stuff, but I'm also going to try to see if I can do like video essay content. Since I feel like, I don't know, when I come on stream, I just talk about random shit. And I feel like, why not just make a structured video that has all my thoughts on insert series X or Y here, you know? So I want to make a video for Isekai Meikyu, Mushoku Tensei, Nikkei, funnily enough. Since I feel like there's a lot I always say about Nikkei, and I feel like it'd be cool to just have a video that I can point people to. But yeah, so to answer that, yeah, I plan to do more tutorial videos. And more specifically, what I brought up earlier is I actually have fully scripted out the outline tutorial. And based on the current amount of words, it should be about a 15-minute video. Dude, you know something? My tablet broke, but it did serve me for a year. And I'm currently thinking about getting a new one, just not started the process. In the meantime, I am sponging all the information about drawing into my brain. Hey, that's fair. Yeah, that's one way to do it, and you know what? As long as it works, right? But yeah, we'll see how all that goes. Hopefully the videos will be well worth the time and effort, since I'll probably just end up getting an editor to do the video edits for me. Just because, as much as I was saying before that I kind of wanted to do the first one on my own just to see what it's like, having tried to edit even just the time lapses, dude, that stuff was painful to edit down. Like, genuinely painful. That is one of the least fun things I've ever done. So I don't know, I really hate video editing. So if I could just pay somebody and then write that off, that's probably just the way to do it, honestly. As expensive as that would be, I think it would be worth. I don't know, I could try to learn it more, but fuck, I just can't think of too many more painful things on the planet than that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just weak. Whenever people describe video editing, they always say it's easy. Dude, it's not fucking easy. That shit is complicated and annoying. And boring. It's like a whole bunch of things all at once. A whole bunch of negative things all at once. But even just making like a jump cut took fucking forever. Even just stitching clips together and cutting out bits from the front and beginning. Or from the front and the end. That might not sound super hard, but god, it was. I don't know why. Why was it so hard? Easy to learn, but mostly tedious? It's not easy to learn. It took me 3 hours to make that time-lapse video that you see up on YouTube right now. The, what is it? The Local Musica piece, the speed paint on that. 3 fucking hours to edit a 2-minute video where the editing was minimal. All I did was I put music to it. I took a picture of the drawing, put it at the end, and I took 3 time-lapse videos that I'd already taken, and I stitched them together. That took 3 fucking hours to figure out how to do. And I'm not even confident I could do it again without tutorial videos. Like, fuck me, it's hard, dude. Fuck, it's hard, it's boring, it's the worst. My friend always asks me how I have the patience to draw, but not to edit. She's an editor. Yeah, I don't know. I can see why those skill sets are similar in terms of like the patience angle. You know, you come out of video editing, and yeah, maybe you spent like 6 hours there, but you have this beautifully edited video together. Same thing with art, you know, after 6 hours, you have a beautifully done art piece, hopefully, right? But I can't stomach doing the video editing stuff, and I guess the video editors couldn't stomach sitting there on a blank canvas doing the art. They seem like such similar skill sets, and yet I can't do one of them, man. I can't. Hi, brother man. Hey, what's going on, Kaiser Laser? Hopefully you're having a great day. What's up? Whew. Yeah, I'll see if Kyle can help me out some of the video editing, and if he doesn't want to do it, then I guess I'll just pay someone. Well, I mean, I'd pay Kyle. I don't want to make it sound like I wouldn't pay him, but I'll ask him first if he's willing to do it. Because I know he's also doing, like, he's working his own job, and he's actually picked up a number of jobs. He's, like, walking people's dogs in the neighborhood on a very consistent basis for actually a decent sum of money. And he'll do that, like, every day, and he gets paid, like, I think 25 bucks a day to do it for an hour. And then he does that for 2 different people, and then he goes to work. So he's already kind of busy in terms of, like, grinding out the work. So I don't know if you'd be down to do, like, editing on top of that. Since he knows a lot more about editing than I do. Like, a lot more about editing. Not sure if it's just me, but whenever I finish a piece, my brain goes out of commission. I go through an art block lasting for several days. No, I totally get that. I think sometimes it happens when I finish a piece. Usually it happens when I finish a piece that I grind it out really fast. It just feels... I guess this is gonna sound bad, but like... It almost feels like, oh, I'm so far ahead of schedule. Look at how fast I did that piece. Let me just vegetable out for a few days and equalize that. When in reality, I should be just grinding out piece to piece to piece, you know? Like, it doesn't make any sense to get ahead only to, you know, twiddle my fucking thumbs until I'm no longer ahead. Oh. Well, yeah. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I'm also super hungry. I didn't eat anything before the stream. Well, actually, that's not true. I had, what was it? My mom bought some sashimi for me, like 4 slices of sashimi. Sounds pretty good, but obviously that's not like it's not like a meal. Do I have any food? I have cereal. I really don't want to go out and buy anything. I've got some deep dish pizza I could probably make, like microwave. Also, give me maybe like 3 minutes or so. Let's say roughly 3 minutes. But yeah, I will be right back. Okay, we're back. Not sure if it's just me, but our finish already read that. We're good. Yeah, we'll check if we're good on this front too. Yeah, okay, we're chilling. Oh, okay. What else needs work as far as the outlines? I'm just working. I'm focusing heavily on the line weighting, since that's a point that I really want to kind of drill home in the video. It's just the importance of it when it comes to the dynamic of a piece. This line over here is one that immediately stands out. Oops, wrong color. There we go. Yeah, let's just whiff this line a couple dozen more times. It's fine. I'm not angry. Oh. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. What time is it, by the way? I was planning to watch one of the Counter-Strike games. Oh, I've got plenty of time. The game doesn't start for a long time. Although I think there is a Counter-Strike game going on right now. I kind of want to keep track of the scoreboard there. Oh, it got pushed forward. Okay, cool. Doesn't start until a little bit. Okay, so we gave that line a bit more line weighting. Honestly, we could probably give this line a bit more line weighting. Oh, wrong layer. Yeah. That makes me wonder if I did the rest of the outlines on the wrong layer as well on the other side. Honestly, probably did. I did, yeah. Makes sense. Wrong layer, cut that one, paste, merge down. Perfect, okay. Honestly, I keep coming back to these fingers and adding more line weighting and then going, yeah, that looks good. And then I come back to it and it's just like, dude, let's just go all out. Why not? In theory, this is second closest thing to the viewer. The other hand's actually a little bit closer. But the camera's higher, so maybe it's equal. Height-wise, this one's closer, whereas depth-wise, the other one's closer. Yeah, my eyes keep coming back to this area. It's like, oh, it needs work. Trying to be very careful. Like, ordinarily when you use this tool, you don't actually have to be very careful. Ooh, that might be way too much, though. Shit. I think that's too much. I could use the line thinning tool, but... Here, let's see. We'll do before and after. I'll do it in one take. We'll set it to narrow. Let's try this again. Okay. Yeah, see that now that's too much. Oh, fuck. That's why I don't use this tool very much. It's kind of really niche. God. Gamer1, thanks very much for dropping the follow. I appreciate that. Hopefully you're having a great day. Do you keep your line art black? No. I usually draw. I usually put the color on later. Albeit, if I'm lazy or I forget, or maybe black just looks good, I'll leave it as black. But in pretty much any other scenario, I'll airbrush a different color in. Which is usually... It's usually pretty close to the color the object is outlining, or of the object being outlined. So, you know, right here we're outlining the hand, right? So if I were to colorize it, I'd probably airbrush a, like, nice orangey sort of brown tone. Something that's definitively darker than, again, the thing that I'm outlining. But not by much. Just like, you know, in that roundabout area or so. getting better. I have to cut out so much of the outline. I feel like it's just gonna look the way it did initially, and I'm just gonna be mad that I spent all this extra time or wasted all this extra time trying to get the line weighting we initially had. I can already feel that happening. Wait, there's an auto line weight tool in CSP? I wouldn't be able to do that, or what I wouldn't do to be able to access that kind of power. It's there. It works better on vector layers than it does on regular lines, though. So I'm using raster layers, so the line weighting tool is a little messy. And I work on a canvas size where it's kind of awkward. If I worked on a much bigger canvas, and I already work on a big canvas, mind you. I'm talking, this is already wall scroll sized, you know what I mean? If I worked on a canvas that was maybe twice this size, then the line weighting tool I think would be a lot more useful. Because you can see, if I pull this up, look at how small, 0.1 point bigger or smaller, right? Thicken or narrow. Like, I am essentially going with as small increments as humanly possible, and yet despite that, it's too much most of the time, or it's too little most of the time. Or okay, not too little, it's pretty much exclusively too much in one way or the other, right? I either narrow it too much, or I thicken it by too much, depending on which tool I'm using at that moment. So that tool would be way more useful if you doubled the size of the canvas. Or if I doubled the size of the canvas I'm currently working on. But that has its own issues, like having to reformat for things would be kind of annoying. I kind of like just working at poster size because I mostly make posters, right? Or poster-sized pieces that I intend to turn into posters, if they're good enough. Okay, and then so the hand stands out, we're going to make sure that the outline here is thicker. That way it's very clearly in front of the body behind it. So this hand is in front of a lot of things, so it really needs to look like it's in front of them. There we are. Okay, we're still caught up. Let's get the hair outlines here as well. This line in particular, I think, needs to be thickened. I literally am just zooming out, double checking if everything looks good from a distance. And then if something stands out to me, I kind of zoom in right on it and try to clean it up. Seems good now. I'm wondering if the head maybe might need a bit more line weighting. In areas like this. Given that this is a point I'm going to make in the video, like when it comes to common areas you can add line weighting to enhance the piece, usually the jawline, the chin, for an anime character tends to look pretty good. You always want the face to stand out, and what outlines add is contrast, so if the face is kind of, or if the head's kind of contrasty, that tends to be a good thing. Raxus Prime, what's up? How's it going? How goes the drawing? It's going pretty well. All things considered. I pretty much finished the outlining, and at this point it's all about refining the outline to look really nice, because I want to use it as an example in a YouTube tutorial I'm going to make for outlining. So I just really want to make sure I kind of lock in and get it looking nice. Better than nice. Perfect if I'm able. How long have we been streaming? Wow, 4 hours and 40 minutes. Oh my god. It's been a long stream. Let's also think of the outline on the hair here a bit. Really emphasize that it's on top of the boobs, but it's far away from the camera, so it's going to have fairly similar line weighting. It's actually going to thin out as it gets further and further away from the camera. Trying to be mindful of all the rules I put in the video, and I'm trying to draw the outline to it. And to be fair, these are things I would normally look for anyway. It's not like I'm drawing it this way exclusively because I know I say that in the video. I do just want something that's clean as an example, you know? How are you holding up? Was yesterday's stream left you dead tired? Less dead tired than I expected. I actually I got a ton of work done, so surprisingly. I took like maybe an hour to kind of collect myself, and then after that first hour, I was just kind of grinding the rest of the night. I was super productive. Hell, I even cleaned my room, did the laundry, like everything I really needed to do. Got rid of all the recycling that was kind of just stockpiling in my room. And then on top of that, pretty much completely finished the sketch to this piece and got halfway through the outlining, so that on stream today we were able to finish the rest of the outline. And now it's all about just making sure that the outlines are really clean, you know? So that way I can use this piece as a nice example of what I would consider good line weighting. Good to hear. Guess there's more of a positive mentally to do an early stream. Yeah, kind of similar vibes to when I was working at Baskin and I kind of got the stream out of the way immediately. Or, sorry. I was working at Baskin and I got the work out of the way immediately. Not to say that stream and work are analogous in that way, but it's kind of similar in as much as, I don't know, when you start the day by being productive, and I would argue the stream feels pretty productive in the same way that going to work and, you know, making money felt fairly productive, right? When you start the day feeling productive, it just feels good. You know what I mean? Like, you feel more ready to kind of tackle the rest of your day. It's actually something I've seen a lot in the Healthy Gamer videos. The Dr. K stuff. Where he talks about you always want to start your day that way, and there's actually there's a mental reason on top of a very clear sort of brain chemistry reason. Which is usually how a lot of those explanations go on his channel. Like, oh, you do this because this, and this leads to this, and in the brain that is that. That's pretty much always how those videos go down. But I remember one of them is you always want to start your day being productive within that first 2-hour point. So I guess me rolling out of bed and immediately streaming kind of does hit that sort of productiveness bone in my body. I don't know how to say it. That part of me that's just fiending to be productive. So, hypothetically, what if I'm tired of anime women with big titties? What if I wanted to see buff men with six-pack and oiled pecs? What if I wanted to see them in a speedo? Hypothetically, of course. I mean, that's up to you at the end of the day. I can't tell you how to live your life. If you want to see those things, go ahead and look them up, you know? If you wanted to draw those things, go ahead. Not really up my alley, you know? That would be, honestly, it would be kind of funny as like if only I'd done something like that for April Fool's Day. I just turn on the stream and maybe not big burly man in speedo, but just something like really out of character. It's like, hey guys, and you know, just doing my regular stream. You guys know me, the guy that just draws Sonic all day, and I just have a nice drawing of Sonic up there. It's like, yeah, you know, I'm real big on drawing the little guy, you know? That's just kind of my thing. I just have an edgy Sonic OC. Oh, fuck. Dude, I'm glad that as a kid I never had that. Because I did do a little bit of art as a kid. I did do some drawing, but I never made my own, like, I don't know, fucking Kevin the Hedgehog OC or whatever the fuck. Thank God. Thank God. Mind you, I did draw a lot of the community OCs. There was one called Ashura, who was basically a glitched out palette swap in the game. So I would draw characters like that. You know what I mean? I drew Ashura, I drew Scourge, I drew... honestly, just those two, frankly. Other than that, I mostly just drew Sonic, Shadow, Knuckles from time to time, Kirby. Should eat something. That's how I feel. I have not eaten anything in... well, really today, because I had the sashimi, but like I said earlier, but it's not a ton of food, just 4 or 5 slices of sashimi. And it was good, but again, not the most filling. Trying to give the line weighting some rhythm here. We're based on the concavity. It is either really thin line art or really thick line art. Since that's another thing I kind of cover in the video. It just gives the piece kind of this natural rhythm, which I think looks really good. Not every artist does it, but the few that I've noticed who do it do a great job. Or rather, it looks great and they do a great job of emphasizing those bits. Since I feel like if you have like a curve and you keep it at the same line weight the whole way through, it just feels kind of boring, you know? You can get a piece to look very lively by having this bouncy nature to the line art. Would you be open to doing an interpretive drawing of something I shot? Could email you a photo? Something you shot? I don't know. I exclusively draw anime girls, and I'm not big on drawing violence, you know what I mean? I don't really draw things like blood or gore or anything to that effect. I don't know, just not my thing. Shadow, Infinite, Cold Steel. Who's edgier? Infinite's definitely the edgy. I don't even know who Cold Steel is. But Infinite's edgier than Shadow for sure. Because I feel like when you say edge, that kind of has this implication of trying too hard. You know what I mean? You can have a character that's cool and brooding, but they don't have to be edgy. I think edgy is a very negative term. And I think... now, mind you, Shadow has been edgy in a lot of the Sonic games, unfortunately. Versus the original Shadow, who had a little bit of edge. Like, he definitely was cringe in some ways. Like, whenever you aced a stage, he would go, ultimate victory. And it's just like, I get it, you're the ultimate life form, fuck off. But, for the most part, I would say that the original Shadow was never, like, super, super edgy. It's only until they started, like, flanderizing his character past Sonic 06. Sonic 06 was the last game to do him right, and hopefully Sonic Shadow Generations actually fixes him. You know what I mean? But yeah, when I think of, what is it? When I think of Infinite, I think Edge. Like, this is a guy that's just like, I'm not weak whenever he loses to Shadow, and that's his, like, reason for being a bad guy, is that Shadow beat him up one time and he felt real bad about it. So he's just sitting there, like, talking to himself, I'm not weak! I am not weak! And it's just like, holy shit, bro, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? I don't know, I just associate Infinite with Edge. I don't know, am I wrong? Is my definition of what edgy is wrong? Like, would you consider Mephiles edgy? I wouldn't. Like, he's kind of edgy. Oh, okay. I wouldn't consider him, of the three, the edgiest. Because I feel like he was genuinely intimidating. You know what I mean? Tizuki, thanks very much for dropping the resub. Twitch Prime, 10 months up the stream. Long time to be here, of course, and I do hope that you're having a wonderful day. What's up? You don't know Cold Steel the Hedgehog? Nah, I can't say I'm familiar. Is that a thing? Cold Steel? It's just a purple dude with red eyes. Who's this? It's just a recolor of this Super Smash Bros. Brawl art. Is he... I see it's a Know Your Meme page, so... I guess people really liked Cold Steel the Hedgehog. But yo, Tsuzuki, what is up? What is up? That's something you'd be up for? Or it would be... Hold on, let me see. Shot is in photographer. I am a photographer. Okay, fair enough. Would be a woman I did a photo shoot of, and you can interpret it in anime style? It sounds like an interesting premise. I'm not sure if I'd have the time to do it for right now, but I do love turning, like, realistically photographed poses into anime. I've done it a few times, where I took, like, a pose as inspiration. Never one-to-one, but, you know, I'll, like, take heavy inspiration from, like, a model I saw on Twitter or something. So it'd be cool to do, like, a pure one-to-one. There's a voting thing for Nikkei. If you do the prediction of the best Nikkei, you get a couple of... Wait, there's a voting thing on Nikkei. If you do the prediction of the best Nikkeis... The prediction of the best? Or is it just whenever you vote for who your favorite is? It's on their Twitter. I'll definitely do that, see if I can get the extra rewards. Why not? This would eliminate the need for Twitter. I mean, Twitter's good. I don't know. I benefit from Twitter. Wait a second. I don't want to eliminate the need. Wait. Mephiles, while kind of intimidating, is pretty DeviantArt OC-ish, especially design-wise. You think so? I don't know. When I think of DeviantArt Sonic OC, I think of, I don't know, pure recolor of the character. And I know that he has a form where he's a recolor of Shadow. Which, to be fair, I guess does look kind of, you know, OC fanarty. But his actual regular form, which is only slightly based off of Shadow, looks pretty cool. Where he's using Shadow as, like, a basis for the shape. But other than that, he's taking the form of, like, the final boss Mephiles. Let me see if I can pull it up. I will say, to be fair, he does have the name Mephiles the Dark. I'll be fair, that's kind of edgy. But yeah, this is Mephiles. And I don't know. Maybe you could say it with that one. But, like, this one looks pretty cool. I don't know. I guess just, it has a story behind it too. It's not like he looks like Shadow for the sake of looking like Shadow. He looks like Shadow because Shadow's the guy that well, not accidentally freed him, but chose to save Rouge as opposed to stopping him from being freed. So he kind of took Shadow's form as like a homage to him. I like the story behind it. You know what I mean? Like, he looks like Shadow, but the reason he looks like Shadow is very particular to, you know, the story in the game. Oh, they did a recent render of him. That's interesting. This is what he looks like in one of the mobile games. That's cool. It's cool that they did that. Oh, and then they also did one, a recent render of his crystal form too. That's cool. Textures are a bit rough, but it's got the weird, scary I don't know, Slender Man hands with like the long ass fingers. Hibike season 3. Which one's that again? Oh, Sound Euphonium season 3. That's this season, isn't it? I totally forgot. Check your Insta DM. Message you on there. You can see my work and let me know if there are any images you might be interested in drawing. Sure. You said Instagram? Dude, I have not opened Instagram in ages. We'll see. What are these bot messages I'm receiving from all these accounts? Oh, okay. These are some nice images. Cool poses. I could probably look through. Speaking of renders, I think it's a high time Sonic Team uses different models for the renders. Oh, I 100% agree. I've seen a lot of videos talking about that, where it's just like, you know, Sonic Team has been using the same render model, or the same model since 2005, which is kind of crazy to think about, but it's true. Like the same model that they use to take screenshots of Sonic and Shadow the Hedgehog are the same render models we use today, and the only times they've shifted that are for, what was it? Sonic 06, giving them longer limbs, and honestly is my favorite design, but people seem to hate that one because of the game. I don't know if people, like, do people hate that design for the sake of the design, or do people hate it because of its association with Sonic 06? Who knows? But I personally really like the Sonic 06 designs. Other people don't, whatever. Then they went back for Sonic Unleashed, and the only time they've changed it since then, I mean, other than Sonic Boom, which is like its own spin-off series, but I'm not counting that, is Sonic Forces. They shortened his quills, which looks horrible. So we've pretty much had the same model since then. It's kind of fucked. Also, it's starting to get kind of late here. Let me, I think I'll head out. It's starting to get pretty tired. But yeah, let me see who is online. I'm so tired. I'm excited to take a bit of a break. Okay. I think I have a place to send you guys to, so I would appreciate, of course, if you were to drop follows, say hello, and be the kind and inviting people I would always expect. There we go. Links are going to be right there in the chat. I'm actually going to double up on that Moso Box link. I keep forgetting to change it, but this should be the link right here. It's ever so slightly different. The real difference being that you can actually see the desk mats on this page. So if you want to pick up the Hoshino Ai desk mat, or if you want to pick up the Itsumi desk mat, you can find them right there in the last link that I just posted. Other than that, social media links, same as always. We're getting very close to 100,000 followers. I think I'm going to have to post a piece in order to actually reach that point, but, you know, that'll be the way that it goes. Pixiv as well, Instagram, Discord if you want to know the live, pick up your sub benefits, and a Patreon if you want to check out the exclusive pieces that you can only find there. If you wanted to download my pieces and see what they look like layer to layer, you'll find that there. If you want to support me and really, really help out what we're doing up here, then I would appreciate that as well. I'm looking to, hopefully by tonight, finish a couple more edits, so more content coming to the Patreon out of the 1 month sync, so we'll see if people enjoy that approach instead. But I'll see you guys on the next stream. Take care, take it easy, stay safe, and I hope I can see you guys all very soon. Peace out.